You alright? Had a little bit of mic difficulty this morning, so that's why I'm a couple minutes late from actually getting started. Hey, how are you doing? Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for hanging out this morning. Hope you're having a good morning. All right. I think we're working. I think everything sounds okay. Cute. I mean, the sunburn's not a good thing, but awesome. It is finally that weather. We can start wearing stuff. That's really cute. I'm glad. Oh, that's a bummer. Were you at one of the cons? I know there was a couple today. Or a couple this weekend. Just getting set up. Alright. Visiting your mom. Okay, that's fair. You know, maybe a little more chill than going to a con, but very much a a good trip. Hopefully it was good and a nice trip. Also, Denver's gorgeous. I lived there for a few years and I really kind of miss it. Okay. So, a couple things as we get started. I am a little slow today. Did not sleep super well. But I'm excited to be here. Excited to work on some of this stuff. It's going to turn into a cute tan, for sure. But don't get sunburned again. Wear sunscreen, dang it. But yeah, we are working on a few different things today. We are going to focus primarily on getting ready for the Mercury Market next month. So if you don't know, that's a market up in Seattle. We're going to head up there and set up a booth during one of their events in late June, sorry. And so we're making some of these kind of Gothic style choker collars. as I can try to show you, hopefully, if it'll focus. Please. Pretty please. There we go. Make some of those. We're going to probably make some other stuff as well. But today we're going to focus on these. We're also going to focus on getting another commission I have started. And we're going to probably work on the patches and keep painting the repair patch that we started. Throughout all that, we have a new event that just went live. There is a... so Twitch does like special event drops, and since next month is my birthday, and also we haven't tried one yet, I decided it might be fun to try an event drop, which means we're going to try to get some subs, get some more watch time on the stream, but as a reward for everybody who participates, there will be a badge that you get. And if we get enough participation, at the end of all of that, I am going to do an entire stream completely in one of my corsets. We're going to stop a bird from shrimping completely for a stream. And we're going to see how that goes. I think it could be fun. I think it'll be a little bit challenging, but not in a bad way. And it should be like a fun time. So, and the cool part is if you participate, you'll get a little badge that you can show on chat that says you helped participate in corseting a bird, or at the very least by watching, you get another badge that just says like no shrimping in this chat. So it could be a lot of fun. I don't know. I'm just trying to learn this system as we go. I think it'll be fun. But yeah, so for now we're gonna get started. I believe the first thing on our agenda today is, let's see here. What is first on our agenda? We are going to be working on burnishing chokers. So that's going to be these right here. I went and dyed them all this past evening, or this past day. And then I went and oiled them to make sure they're all kind of nice and ready to go. We want them to be nice and supple, mostly because...
needs you to hydrate.
Thank you. I will grab some water here in just a second. In fact, here's my Pizza Hut cup. Cheers, everybody. Get a drink. Yeah. We wanted this to be supple, and I wanted to have these mostly prepared today, just so we can focus more on the burnishing and assembly. So we're going to burnish. We're going to enter burnishing hell, like I always like to say, and we're going to try to get through some of these. It shouldn't take too long. This is a pretty simple burnishing process, but once we get through it, we can finish sealing these and get them looking really nice, so we can do that assembly here. And you're right, hydration is important before I start. Thank you so much. So, we're gonna get started here. As per usual, mic's gonna be on and off as I'm burnishing. I'm gonna have the mic off mic on so we can chat. But once the Dremel is gonna turn on, I am going to switch over to a muted for as long as the Dremel's running.
Getting 68 needs a bird to stop shrimping.
I'm not shrimping. I'm actually standing up right now. Although I am about to start sitting down. So, you know, maybe now's a good time to remember that. Have a safe flight. Enjoy the time. Take a nap. Do whatever you do best in flights. I know for me, that's usually take a nap. Let's see. Let's get our camera set up a little bit better here. Get my chair set up. I am so unprepared for this stream. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I woke up this morning. I was like, oh shoot, there's still like 12 things I need to prep. You know my shrimping tendencies. Rude. It's only a big enough tendency that I made it several commands and chats. Oh, speaking of commands, we do have chat commands. So as usual, if you want to have a little fun with that. Yes, girl, make some breakfast.
Have
Get
you heard
food.
about the award-winning MMORPG RuneScape? If you haven't, you are missing out on one of the most legendary, enduring, and deeply addictive virtual worlds ever created.
Oh my gosh. Also, RuneScape? I've heard of RuneScape, but I don't think I've heard of RuneScape. Alright. With the thoughts of RuneScape and what that might look like, we're going to jump in and start getting ready to burnish here. It's okay, Sarga, I'm not super awake yet either. Why the Black Eyed Peas? Why would they be the soundtrack for RuneScape? Maybe I'm missing out. Maybe I don't know Black Eyed Pea lore. So we're just giving this a nice coating here. We want to make sure that our burnishing gum is nice and gets a little bit of chance to settle in, not get all over the table. Now what this is going to do, as per usual, burnishing is going to help soften some of the leather. It's also going to help protect it, since this is going to be leather that is sitting against skin. We kind of want to make sure it's supple. We're going to do this particularly to the edges. So these edges along here, because that's going to be where it would dig into the skin the most if we didn't do it. So we want to make sure that's nice and rounded, so that the final collar is really comfy. Now these choker collars are not going to be expensive. They definitely aren't the most work I put into my collars, but I do still have kind of a standard of like quality that I want, and I want to make sure that everything I make is comfortable to wear for as long as someone wants to wear it. Whether that's a fashion accessory like this or a full-blown collar, I want to make sure that I've got comfort and quality in mind. Alright, we are going to, we're going to adjust a little bit. Lexi, thank you for sending me the Black Eyed Peas website. I appreciate that. Adjust this a little bit, just so hopefully we focus. Yep. Okay. Just so we can see this a little bit better. And we're going to jump into burnishing, so that mic's going to get muted for just a moment. I will check out the pretty pictures after stream. I just got the notification on my phone, so I wanted to thank you while it's on my mind. All right, so we have our burnish. You can see that kind of shine that we're looking for. We want to make sure that's pretty much visible throughout. I'll try to show it on the camera since my lighting seems to be cooperating right now. That shine is a good sign that we have a burnish and that this is now a really smooth back. We can feel it, of course, too, but that shine really helps like us see as an even coverage. So we'll set this one aside, let it kind of dry, do its thing for a moment, move on to the next one. We have like 12 of these to do. I deem you burnished. Yes. So yeah, we have like 12 of these to do, so we're just going to do all the backs at once, and then we'll come back and do all the edges at once. Then we will, I believe, take a little bit of a break. Actually, we're going to seal them first. We're going to seal them with our sealer on the top so that they look really nice. Then we're going to let that dry, and we're going to work on cutting some leather for our new commission, and then we'll come back and actually assemble these. It's my hope that I will have close to 12 or 13 of these collars done before the end of stream, because that would just be a nice thing to be able to check off my to-do list, and then we could focus on more fun stuff maybe next stream, like you know, trying our hand at a corset design or working on some new harnesses. Oop, jump scare. Sorry about that, y'all. You don't want the scares, but the jump scares are like half the fun. They're why people follow this channel. That's not true at all. But it does occasionally happen, and I'm sorry about that. Let's see, do I have something under here? I felt like there was a bump. I guess I don't. Okay. With that done, move on to our next one. We're going to keep doing this. So yeah, like I was saying, these aren't going to be like particularly expensive pieces. I want them to be pretty simple. I want them to be kind of just those fashion accessories, more than like an actual collar or anything that is meant to be supportive in some way or to have like an anchor point. These are just fashion, and so they're going to be a pretty cheap piece. Haven't fully decided on price yet. I got to do some numbers and see what my material costs were and my time labor is. But realistically, I'm probably looking at like maybe $20 at most. Mostly just because these are meant to be a low barrier item that people can buy and really just kind of accentuate the outfits and the pieces that they already have. Unfollowed and refollowed for the jump scare? Okay, fair. You know, that's understandable. yeah, I hope everybody's Monday morning is going well. You know, for all of it being a Monday. I hope it's been a nice start to your week. If you get to sleep in or got to sleep in, I hope you were able to. Um, and I hope that whatever you're working on today goes really, really smoothly. I'm going to be here for a while, both on stream and probably even off stream today. And yeah, for as long as I'm online, happy to be that like body double, happy to just chat with y'all. One of the commands I've been thinking about adding, just now actually, is I should add a chat command or a cheaper redeem that just is something that y'all can do that lets me know that you're in burnishing hell if you can hear the Dremel. I usually catch it, but I know at one point there's going to be a time where I just miss it. All right, making some good progress here. Yep, looks like ads are running, so if you want to ignore this channel for just a moment, go grab a drink, pet a dog, maybe make some breakfast. Lexi, looking at you. Now's a great time to do that, or get started with that. You can just leave me running in the background. And ads will be done in just a moment. All right. We are, like I said, we're making good progress. Welcome back from the ads for anybody who watches them. We are just still burnishing, still kind of working on these choker collars, getting those backs nice and smooth so they're comfy to wear. Lexi, did you start breakfast? If you haven't, you really should. Just gonna do a gentle mom reminder here. Good. Glad to hear it. Also, welcome everybody who's dropping by. Whether you're here just to lurk, that's great. You can always do that. Or if you want to chat, I'm always up to chat, answer questions, talk about the work that I'm doing, or just talk about anything really. Key topics that I'm really good at talking about: birds, if you didn't know, leather, and then various, special interests. Wait, Zaris, what settings did I forget to change? I thought I got those. Let me check. Let me know what the setting I forgot to change was, and I'm gonna look. Well, that's because there's still a global cooldown on them. We just did both hydrate and no shrimping like 10 minutes ago. Let me see where we're at. There isn't a cooldown timer going. Oh, interesting. Okay, that must have reset or something. Give me just a second. Let's get this fixed. Let's see here. Viewer rewards, power-ups, channel points. We're going to save that. Try adjusting here. So I'm just taking out the maximum per stream, and so now it should just be a cooldown. We'll see if that works. See if that updates and works well. Also, it looks like my music stopped. There we go. Still at the hotel, packing things up, and then check out at noon. Awesome. I hope the con was really fun. Look, sometimes a bird just has to sneeze, okay? Zaris, what was your favorite part about the convention? If you want to talk about it. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad it was fun. Oh, After Dark Jackbox. That sounds like that could be a really good time. One of these streams, we might have to do a Jackbox game night. That could be fun. Been a long time since I played Jackbox. Yes, a bird sneezes on occasion. It happens. Real bird sneezes, by the way, are absolutely adorable. Thanks, Mini Golf. No reason, no problem. I'm having it muted. I really appreciate you hanging out. Also, speaking of being here to just kind of help boost numbers, I want to give a shout out to all of you. Thank you so much for just being around and being willing to throw this on. I've only been streaming for a little bit, and I feel like I've been growing way faster than I thought I would. And that's because of y'all. That's because of all of y'all hanging out and sharing it and just being here. And I really, really appreciate it. I don't know, I feel like I can't put into words how much the support and like continued watching of the stream means to me. You know, this is one of those kind of like wild hair ideas that I had after losing my job, where I was like, hey, all I've got right now is Leatherwork, and I happen to have enough equipment now that I could just do a live stream talking about it and doing it in person. And so we're gonna give it a go. And y'all have turned out and helped me make it so much more than I ever really could have imagined. So I really, really appreciate it. All right. Much longer strap here. Oh. Pull that back up for myself. 1 second, Cyrus. Kind of scrolled past it on my chat too quick. I've got so many stickers to put in my sticker book when I get home. Very sad I ended up missing Glow Possum. Yeah, by the time Bunny got out of the charity raffle, she was completely sold. Yeah, that tracks. That happens. I got to table close to Glow Possum at a furry swap meet last year, and lovely person. We chatted a little bit of shop. They actually, Glow Possum actually bought something from me, which is, you know, a highlight of the event. But Glow Possum sells out so fast. Alright, back to the mute. We're gonna burnish for a moment. For sure, I get that, Zaris. Sometimes it's just enough to be able to say hi and like, thanks for being a impact in my life, and that's really important. Ooh, I should write that down. Actually, just had another idea. Oh, y'all want to hear an idea that I have for a stream? I was meant to protect them, not shatter them. Oh, Lexi, we need to talk about birds because birds step on their eggs all the time. Birds are excellent at shattering eggs. We may protect them, but we also shatter them a lot. I mean, have you seen just the sheer quality that is a pigeon nest? Specifically not pigeon. Pigeon is actually a little bit better. Mourning doves. Mourning doves make the worst nest on planet Earth. I failed the egg prime directive. Yeah, no, I failed it hard. I shattered eggs. I shattered my egg. And I'm gonna shatter others. But in like a supportive way. I like to encourage people to explore, figure out what works for them, and not really worry too much about the labels. You know, for egg shattering. You did get to say hi to Mally Two Tails, though. Willie Nelson, why did my playlist do that? Hold on. What? Okay. That was bizarre. Okay. There we go. Okay, yeah, where were we? Made an egg and ham breakfast sandwich. Good. Glad you got something to eat. Everyone should grab a bite, whether it's a snack or a meal. Grab a bite to eat, get a drink. Oh, stream idea. So, yeah, we'll see. I don't really have a good setup to show them on stream right now. I would have to do some source editing and stuff like that just to get them onto OBS comfortably, which I probably don't want to do right now. I'd rather just do Leatherwork. But yeah, do send them. I definitely want to see them. Stream idea. So I was chatting with another streamer who followed me a while ago, and I've been following them. And I was chatting in their stream, and we were talking making and crafting stuff. And this is Zykios, by the way. Definitely shout out to them. Let's see if I can do a shout out here. We'll see if I can. While I'm working on that, let me tell you, we were talking and talking about how T and coffee can stain fabrics, and how that, you got to keep those away from your fabrics. So it's one of those things of like, oh, what do we? Gosh, I can't talk right now. We got to chatting. It's like, oh, if it ruins fabric, and I was like, I've never tried it, but we could try dyeing leather with it, because some of those stains might turn out really good. And so now I want to do a stream at some point where we explore staining leather or dyeing leather using tea, using coffee, and then also possibly even using like wine, because I think all of those could be really good, and I want to see what it does to the leather. So if it turns out good, I might even like give it away on the stream or on a future stream. I just think it could be fun. Let's see. Yeah. Zykios is a lovely channel. Definitely go check them out. They do some crafting and then a lot of just like kind of variety game and chats. So definitely worth giving them a follow. We're sitting at about seven viewers, 6 viewers, somewhere in there. So thank you everybody who's throwing it up and just keeping it up. Even if you've got to mute, even if you've got to off the camera like I do, even if you've got to just put it in the background as you work, I really appreciate it. The more viewers, the better. And also keep sharing it. Definitely looking to get, we have 57 followers. I'd love to get to 60, and then 18 subs. Looking hopefully to get to 20 pretty soon. Also, there's incentive now because you can get the badge and you can make me wear a corset on stream. Okay, get that pulled back up here. Go. That's better. Let's see. Now up on the TV in the hotel room. Thank you, Zaris. When you're up here, I want to get you on my friend's drinking stream. I don't know if I could do a drinking stream. You know I'm not a big drinker. Oh, you got to give Secker a hug? Nice. Secker did mention that they saw you. I think mentioned something along the lines of, I met someone who's repping your Leatherwork. Well, that's awesome. I'm glad you got to meet them. I still need to meet up with them and grab coffee or something. Let's see. We're got about 4 more pieces, including this one right here. And then we're gonna switch over to the edges and start burnishing those. We're moving a little bit slow today, but I'm having fun just chatting. There we go. They were sitting next to me and we were chatting when they messaged. Oh, that's nice. That's why it would be fun. Oh, I feel like that wouldn't be so fun for me. Hi Matcha, morning. Thanks for hanging out. Oh yeah, sleeping in's great. Zaris, thank you. I will take a look at it here in a little bit. Lexi, also thank you for sending me the link. I will check that out too. Matcha, I'm still thinking about the movie night the other night. We, as a group, we went out and saw a showing of Aliens in the 35mm film. Like, very vintage, very classic. It was a lot of fun. Also, Aliens is just such a good campy movie. We were chatting about the, how games like Halo derive so much of their their Marines and their like interactions with Marines from movies like that, from like sci-fi like Aliens and sci-fi Marines from the 80s. It's really fun. Do it. Game over, man. Game over. It was a lot of fun. I think we're gonna have to. So we did the Hollywood Theater down here, and it was a blast. Ticket prices weren't bad, and then the concessions were also pretty decently priced compared to like more modern theaters. Also, it's like a lot of vintage movies. It was so fun. I'm gonna have to kind of keep an eye on that. Because there's got to be some other good ones that are coming out that would be fun to watch.
Zaris needs a bird to stop shrimping. Zaris needs you to hydrate.
Oh gosh, those seats were awful, like so bad. I feel like mine was laying back the entire like 180 degrees. It was so uncomfortable. Also, Zaris, thank you. Thank you for redeeming that. I am not shrimping. I'm sitting up straight like a good girl. And again, cheers. I'm gonna drink some water here. Thank you so much, Lexi. I really appreciate it. Sharing it is really what does help get the word out. Mostly just because I'm not big enough to really, show up on the like Twitch homepage. So I really appreciate that, and anything y'all do to help kind of grow this. Thanks, Matcha. No, yeah, the seats were really, really terrible, but the movie was really fun. And the audience participation was great. It was just a good time. It was a really, really fun evening. Definitely going to do that again. All right, we're on to our last two pieces to burnish the backs of here. And this will pay out, I promise. These are going to look really good when we're done. We just got to get through the dirty work first. Rocky Horror in IMAX would be an interesting one. Right, one more to go for this. Shot day. Definitely do that. I might have gone the entire weekend overdue for that, and definitely felt it. I was not doing great until I took care of my own shot day yesterday. So definitely don't miss that. Don't be like Bird. All right, we're just getting the burnishing gum on the last of these. And we'll just have to do the edges. And then we can take the, once we do that, we can seal them. And then we can move this kind of paper drop cloth off and work on something else briefly. Hope everyone's doing well. If you're just jumping in, we are working on making some pretty simple, kind of, if I can actually get it visible in both cameras here, pretty simple kind of Gothic choker collars. I am working on prepping for a market in Seattle, and this is one of the quick and dirty items that I want to make. I have a lot of like more custom stuff that I'm going to bring as well, but this is just kind of giving me an opportunity to make some stuff that, is going to be cheaper, more easily accessible to people at a good price range, and also just have extra stock, items I can actually bring. A lot of what I do is in custom work or commission-based stuff, and so having stock is always great for vendor shows. All right, we're looking pretty good. Making some good progress here. Just about ready to move on to those edges now that we've gotten through all of our nice pile of strips here. So we're just going to go back through, get the edges done. I'm going to try to work a little bit quickly here, just because there's other stuff I want to do, and I like kind of doing a variety of things on the stream. As much as fun as it is to do the same thing for 4 hours, I like doing a bit of everything. I might be ADHD. I'm just going to change our bit over here. Okay. Get working on this next little bit. Also, we haven't done this yet today. I think it's time for a burb checkpoint. I need to see how burb everyone in chat is today. You can test that using the exclamation mark burb in chat. I need to sand these down before I put that on. Let's see who's burb. Let's see if we have any 100% burbs. Matcha, don't forget shots. %66 burb. Okay, doing pretty good. Starting off great. 24%. Lexi, we could be a little more burb. You're a quarter burb, but you're watching a bird stream. You'd think that, like, you might be a little more bird after that. Must be spaniel today. That's fair. There is still a special surprise for anyone who gets 100% burb. Burb but dog. That's fair. Okay, let's all sand it up. I might go back through here and do a quick touch up on the dye job. So those edges don't always hold dyes as well as the rest of the leather. At least I've found they don't kind of soak in as deeply. So we're gonna grab our dye here and just do a very little bit of a touch up. Shouldn't need to dry long, and it'll make a much nicer finish. You don't need a lot of dye. Just waiting for your owner to let you fetch. That's fair. Alright, just gonna kind of lightly go over this. So give that nice deep black again. Just gonna make sure the fibers we raised up by sanding it are nice and dark, so that we get a nice finish and evenness. Do the same thing on the other side here. Not a whole lot to do, but when I notice it, I've got to address it, and that's kind of where I'm at. It's that, like, inner perfectionist in me. Alright, that's better. That'll dry pretty quickly. It is just a water-based dye, so it's not actually going to take a while to dry. It'll, with the amount that I put in, it'll be like just a couple minutes. So we'll set this one aside. We're going to go ahead and sand the next one, which I'm already seeing has some of the same. So we'll give it a good sand. We'll probably touch up all of the edges here, which is fine. Yep, alright. It looks like the dye I did this weekend did not penetrate as far as I'd like. So we'll probably be doing this with just about every one of these. There we go. Let those dry here. That's fair. I definitely have not done enough on research for what I want to do for just gender affirming surgery or care. But I get that. It's definitely, I'm at a point where it's just like, I just know it's going to take forever, and that's a little disheartening for me. There we go, just a light sand there. This one wasn't too bad. There we go. Another one done there. I know, Lexi. My biggest problem has actually been more in just finding consistently supportive care for people my size. So, being bigger, I have had more problems getting anything done or anything cared for. Been on Kaiser for the past year almost, and Kaiser, at least down here, doesn't want to do anything for me. They've not, their doctors have been really just not great. So it's just been frustrating on all fronts. Hopefully gonna find some better solutions there. Definitely working on improving myself on the side, but you know, there's only so many spoons a bird has, and that just means that some things like the larger stuff gets put to the wayside while I work on just making sure I'm cared for in basic medical needs. Alright, just gonna get this going here. Yeah, I don't think I'm ever going to go back on Kaiser. It has not been fun. Primera, I've heard decent things. I remember we've talked about it in the past. Health insurance just sucks. That's what it boils down to. It's just... I hate it so much. I get what it's supposed to do, but I feel like nowadays it just doesn't do that. And it's like, why even have a system like we do if it's not going to help the people that need it? Alright. Just give these one more dye here. Making the edges look nice and dark. So that when we burnish it, because burnishing is just going to lay down and smooth those fibers out. So if we have colors that don't quite consistently match with everything else, they aren't going to disappear when we burnish. They're actually just going to kind of lay down but stay highlighted. So we definitely don't want that. There we go. Alright, with a few of those set up, I think we can move over and do some burnishing on those edges for the ones we've already done. And then we'll come back and do, sand and burnish the edges of the rest of them. Yep, I feel that. I feel that, Lexi. Alright, let's get our burnishing gum on. Right. Gonna go back to mute for a couple moments while we do some burnishing. But yeah, feel free to ask any questions, play with some chat commands, whatever. And my audio will be back in just a moment. Bringus? Did Bringus upload a new video? Oh, okay. I see what we're doing now. Got it. You said Bringus. I was like, oh, Bringus Studios. Did they do a new one? That's super fair. I'm pretty tired myself. I should, as much as I should hydrate, I should also drink a little bit of caffeine just to keep me going. But yeah, so we're burnishing the edges right now. James' channel did make a portable PS2. Okay. I'm here for that. But yeah, we want to make sure these edges are nice and smooth. Honestly, this part is more important, this piece, than even like the back of the leather, because this is the edge of the leather which is most likely to dig into a neck when it's being worn, and we don't want that. We want it to be comfortable. So I want to make sure that this part is really nice, which is why I'm kind of moving slower through it. Dank Pods just released a Chasey special. Cashy's special. I don't know anything about Dank Pods, I'll be honest. It's a channel I've not watched yet. All right, that's one done. One is completely done now. Oh, it's the same guy that made the cheese engine oil. Oh gosh, that was a wild one. I should really just move this over to that side. All right. We are just working on the edges here. There we go. I think we're looking pretty good here. I know burnishing is and always will be one of my least favorite parts. Just because it's messy and because it takes so much time. But the results really do speak for themselves. All right, that's feeling nice. I would not mind having this against my skin, which is the ultimate goal here. So we got a couple more that we're gonna do. I think I'm just gonna do the ones that I prepped over here. So the 3 that we just kind of re-dyed the edges on. And then we might take a break from this and actually work on something else. Just because I need a little bit of a break. The ADHD is a little bit bad this morning, so I need that change of pace. But we're gonna get these 3 done over here, and then we are going to do something else. And now, as always, thanks for hanging out with me. This is great body doubling for me. This helps me stay on task. Gives me reason to chat to people about what I do, and not just talk to a wall or talk to myself as I work, which I do that on occasion. So I love having people around. And I love the streaming. It's been a lot of fun for that reason. All right, looks like ads are running right now. So great time to grab a drink, go pet a dog, make some food, take care of yourself. Ads will be done in about a minute. So in the meantime, I'm just gonna keep on burnishing and see how far we can get. grab a dog and pet a snack. That's fair. And I mean, also fair, you know, our place is definitely, that is doable. That's fair. I'm not, you know, you can be tuned out. This helps me whether or not people are chatting in chat. I know sometimes it's just nice to have someone talking in the background. And for me, just being formerly someone who did like informal education, I can just chat. This just gives me a reason to chat that doesn't come across as crazy because there's no one else in the room. So it's helpful for me. Masha, no. Masha, no. Crazy. I was crazy once. They put me in a room. A rubber room with rats. Matcha, snap out of it. I think my chat's gone crazy. Matcha, are you gonna make my Borb crazy? Speaking of Borb check, how's everyone's Borbiness doing? How's your burb doing? Still looking for that elusive 100% burb. $65%. The TTS will be great. It'll be something. Ooh. Lexi's a fair bit more burb now. It's probably because you were talking about rats. You lost bird because you were talking about rats. Weird, my music just keeps replaying. I did that to you? Oh, that's unfortunate. I mean, turning burb's not the worst. Let's see here. Oh, that's what's going on. Okay. Sorry, fixing my audio here. Give this a shot. Good. I am glad. I also did not send it to you this weekend, and I'm sorry. But I'm always happy to give reminders. Oh, nice. You have puppy band-aids? That's perfect. Love that. Love that so much. All right, we have one more left to do. Then we are going to take a break from the rest of this pile over here, and we're going to work on something a little bit different. I need to cut some leather for a custom commission that I'm working on. So once we do that, we will then move back to work on some other stuff. Hope everyone's doing well, enjoying hanging out. And yeah, we'll get the last of this done and keep on moving. You know, plenty of stuff to do. All right, one more side to go. This playlist is working a lot better. Okay. So we got one more side to go, and then we will work on some other stuff. I've also been brainstorming, trying to figure out kind of what stuff would be best suited at like a kink-friendly Gothic market. These chokers are a simple one, but I also want to think about some of my other stuff, like my actual collars or cuff sets, my other necklaces, my secret cuffs, stuff like that. I'm trying to kind of figure out where the vibe is and what I want to add. Because there's definitely plenty of things I could do between now and the actual event date. Ooh, okay. Muzzles could be a good choice. I could see that. I'm not sure I can pattern them out, since they've been on my radar for a while, but I haven't actually put any work into designing a muzzle. And I like to use all my own patterns because I sell this stuff and I don't want to like use somebody else's work. So I haven't really done that yet. I am working right now on finishing up a pattern for harnesses. We built a harness not too long ago on stream, and I'm actually working on modifying that to make it like more usable than just a single custom commission piece. So that's one that we could do. I think leashes would be another one. I have a couple chains left over that I can use for chain leashes, and then probably doing some actual like full leather leashes would be another good one. So those are on my mind, but I'm also trying to think about other small stuff, other things we could do. I can always do more leather earrings. I just need to figure out kind of what designs I would want to go for. And I haven't been struck with inspiration yet. Although I could do something simple like skulls or crows or the skulls of a crow. I mean, there's plenty of stuff I can go with. Let's see. We are going to seal the chokers that we just did. So no more burnishing for now. We're going to seal the tops of these, which is going to be a pretty simple process. It's just going to take a minute or two. And then we're just going to let these dry while we work on cutting the leather for the new project. So let's see. Let me get us a little bit better of an angle here. Stick that up a little bit. Drop you down a little lower, perhaps. Maybe that'll work. That's off, kind of off the, out of the way, but still a good angle to work with. So we are going to use a Resoline here. This is a acrylic finish, and it's really just going to give that black a deeper look. Or a deeper kind of like richer tone, and it's also going to provide a protective acrylic coating that keeps the paint or the dye from getting scratched off super easily or getting marred in some way. Just kind of brush this on as I continuously hit the camera. I am sorry about that. Try to put the camera low so you can get a good angle. and then I put it in the way for myself. So, oops. And this is a pretty thirsty leather, meaning most of what I've put into it, dye, oil, and everything else, it has soaked right up. It's doing this with the Resinline as well. So we'll just kind of make sure it's got a good, solid coat on it before we move on. Yeah, that's looking pretty good. Pull these away. Probably put them on this side just so we can work right here, which is where we want to be. Again, we're just going to kind of give some nice paint strokes, nice brush strokes here. I'm not worried about leaving brush strokes because Resiline's pretty good about kind of self-leveling. It doesn't leave much of a stroke design or a pattern. So we should, just as long as we get a good even coat, it should do the work for us. A little more to go here. Go back over a little bit. Make sure every part of it has a good coating here. Even the part that I was touching and holding. There we go. Just push that off to the side to dry a little bit. I'm just going to keep going. We get about 5 total right now. So this is the third one. Also going to turn off my PTZ camera here for just a second in a moment because I'm looking at it from the side now and seeing that it is covered, absolutely covered in grit from the burnishing we just did. And I'd like to clean that lens off. Go. One more to go here. I'm just giving this this black a nice sealed finish. I'll protect it for longer and just let it last long, look nice, and just continue to be a really nice piece. All right, we'll set these aside here so we can finally get rid of our drop cloth and everything. So we'll set these aside to dry. We'll move on to other projects while we do that. And then we'll come back to these and actually start putting them together. All right, you got everything set up? Good job. You're gonna do great. I'm proud of you. You're taking your meds, doing what you need to do. And I'm just gonna be here doing what I need to do. But I'm rooting for you. You're gonna do great. All right, let's move some stuff off to the side here. Stuff that we know we're not gonna use for now. Yeah, I've been doing a lot of pattern design and kind of just thinking about what I want to put into this market that I'm going to. And yeah, I'm excited. Also nervous because it's a market I've not been to yet. So always a little anxious there. But I think it's going to go really well. All right, let me slide these off, set them up to dry here. just nice and out of the way for a little bit. So we can focus on our next step. Now I'm going to turn off my PTZ, like I said, for just a moment. You'll still have the top-down view, but I just want to clean the close-up lens here. Okay, let's see, what's going to be my best material? Just kind of cleaning this off. Right now, since I don't have a good soft like glasses cleaner, I'm just going to use a nice clean t-shirt here. Looking better. It's a little cleaner. I can go with that. Doesn't feel like it's just caked on there anymore. Turn that back on here. We will get ourselves situated. All right. With that done, do a quick little cleanup here. Let's just straighten up. And we're going to cut some leather, which means I should also move all the stuff over here. Just like we did last week, we are just going to use our strip cutter. The strip cutter is going to be the easiest tool to get kind of our long, thin strips. And since the project we're working on, or what we're moving to, is working on a custom martingale, those strips are going to be really useful to us. So I'm actually going to switch the PTZ off one more time, and then we will get it situated and bring it back in as the primary view, which I think is going to look better for what we're doing here. There we go. You did it. Good job. Really proud of you. Okay. Get our camera lined up here. Move some more stuff out of the way. Only faked yourself out once. Good job. Bring that back, and yeah, that should be a little nicer now. So we are going to use we're going to use the same nice red leather that we used last week. That's this beautiful leather right here. And I believe, let me just pull up our order here. I want to make sure we do this right. Also, take a moment to hydrate if you haven't in a little bit. I myself am going to caffeinate. That's my goal. And let's see. You're looking for 3/4 inch. So I think we're set up well. To do a quick measurement here. Yep, we are sitting right at our 3/4 inch mark, which is good. Means we don't have to do anything special to get the cutter ready. So we're just going to kind of take our leather here. We are going to roll it out just enough that my roll doesn't get in the way of itself. It will do that. Here we go. Make sure we get a nice straight line here. And we are going to just kind of make a nice smooth pass. Again, with strap cutters like this, going smooth and steady is more important than speed. Because it is what helps us ensure that we have a nice straight cut. There's many things in life that we don't need to worry about whether or not it's straight. I know I'm not straight, but making sure these straps are straight, that's an important piece. That's something we want to do. Cute. Love leggings and a cute top. Alright, Matcha. Thanks for hanging out. Yep, my leather straps are the straightest thing about me. I would agree. Have a good walk. Say hi to the pups for me. They're cuties. I definitely need to meet and hang out with them. I miss my dogs, so I need to put other dogs back in my life. Try to make sure flat for just this last little bit. Not the smoothest cut there. Mostly because I'm at the end of the table. Bring this back up so we can finish it. Scissors, that's what I was looking for. Alright. Pull this back up here a little bit. So all we gotta do now is just kind of cut the last little tail end off here. And there we go. This will be plenty to work with. Aw, thank you. I will check it out here in just a little bit. If it's got photos of your dog, I'm going to be really, really excited. I always love photos of your dogs. Okay. With that part cut, we can work on the padding next. That'll work. I believe I have a bunch of scrap that would do the job for us. Hold on, let me check. Do we need comfort pad? Ooh, gosh. Do we need comfort padding, or do we need my durable? Durable, okay. Let's see, I think I still have some of that. Question is, do I have it in a good size for padding, or should I cut some new ones? Also, update on our sealed pieces here. These are looking pretty good already. Yeah, drying nicely. Resin doesn't take long to dry. So these are pretty much ready to assemble. We will come back and assemble these in just a few minutes once we finish the cutting of the padding that we're working on for this particular piece. But first, I am looking and double checking to see if I have anything pre-cut or ready to go. Sometimes I do, which is why I want to check and make sure. Mostly scraps and offcuts. Now, let's see here. As I pull this out, to anyone who may have just joined, welcome, thank you. We are working on some leather stuff. My name's Birdie, I'm a leather worker. I kind of just make a wide variety of things. A lot of times I'm focused on making kink or kink friendly gear. But we are doing a bunch. So today we are actually prepping for a goth market that I'm going to in June. So y'all are just kind of joining me as I go through and start putting things together. At the moment, we are actually taking care of putting together some padding for a new commission order that I got. And I am just looking for the leather I need to use in order to put this all together. So we have some that's partially cut to the right size. The question being, do we want to, or is this long enough for the pieces that we need? So what I should do is I should actually pull my patterns out. So we're gonna move this a little bit. Let's get y'all back to my table here. So we have other stuff we can look at besides besides my feet. And I am going to grab our patterns. I'm going to go through those. Because our martingale collars are always a little bit different. They don't require as much long strips of leather as they just do some shorter ones, because the martingale chain does a lot of the heavy lifting of like the sizing. So let's see here. Patterns. This is my very, very unorganized pattern box right now. I hope everyone's doing well and having a good time today. Let's see. I know I have some decent martingale patterns. The real question is just, did I, for some reason or another, not put them back in my pattern box? Which would be a big bummer. Okay, 1-inch martingale collar we can use. So we're really just looking at, here we go, 3/4 inch. I did make a 3/4. We're primarily just looking for the patterns so that we can get lengths right. Let's see here. Do I have the strap side? Yes, I do. Decorative bracelets. Gosh, I need to reorganize my patterns really, really badly. Okay. I think I have half my pattern. I don't know where my other half went. If that's the case, we will be working from my other pattern here, which we can make work just fine. It just will be a little bit of extra work on our part. Okay. This is what I wanted to check. So this is typically how long one portion of my, let's see if we can get us in the screen here. Yeah, this is typically how long one portion of my martingales are. I want to make sure that this padding covers from the buckle end to where the martingale chain actually connects, and it looks like it does. So we may be able to use this, but before we do, I want to get our main strap set up, mostly because that will help me confirm whether or not I can use that piece for padding. We're going to do a little bit of a angle shift here. Probably switch us over to our top-down view, just for a little bit better viewing as we start to work on this leather. All right, so we have one. You can see there's kind of one cut mark here that isn't super smooth. So we're going to try not to use this piece right here. And I think we should be okay. Even basing off of my other patterns, we should be able to cut that out and not have an issue. Now, one of the things that I like to do is I want to check and make sure that our lengths are good. This particular martingale collar needs to be about 15.5 inches. That is what the client requested. So we're going to take one of our martingale chains. The one we're using is still on order, but it's going to be the same size. So we're going to set this out, and we're going to use this to help us measure where stuff is going to sit. I'm going to lay stuff out very carefully here. Generally, I try to make the main layout kind of a equilateral triangle. So that's where it should sit naturally. And then I can use my patterns, I can use the pieces around me to figure out, okay, where is it going to sit naturally? Because we want the martingale to be able to tighten if it's pulled and then loosen if it's let go. So we want our middle to be kind of just like that equilateral, so you have room to go out, you have room to pull in, and then it's still comfortable to just sit and wear. So we're going to pull our pattern down. We'll use our 15-inch here. So our 30 mark is this line right here. For visibility's sake, I will put a ruler on it, because this is just going to be our mark for where our buckle lies. So if our buckle's here, we want our buckle to lie right on that line, which means we want to move our martingale chain right about to the center of where it where the leather will wrap around. And then we want the other end of our pattern, which would normally be just this portion here. We want this to be make it so that our 15 or 15.5 is right in the center of these holes, so we get maximum adjustability. So we are going to do this. So I will go just like that. So this is going to be roughly the length of leather that we need, which is good. It means that we can generally start cutting our stuff down. First thing I'll do is we're going to pull this up. We're going to mark this buckle piece so that we can use this chunk of leather, and then we can not use the part that we already identified as not ideal. It's got an edge that we just don't want to use. Take my silver pen here, and we're just going to do some quick marks I'm going to outline all the holes we have here. And silver hardware. So yeah, we will do a hole there. We're not going to use these inner holes. This is our buckle mark. We're not going to use these two because we're going to use a different type of buckle that needs the longer length. So just like that. That's what we're looking at. We got a nice mark there. The next thing I want to do is I actually want to check and see how long that is in relation to the other side, because we want the martingale here in the center to be in the actual center of the collar if possible. So where we're looking at is the end of our piece here is going to be 7 inches, but realistically I want to look between these two marks, mostly because that's going to be what I want to match on the other side. I might need to lengthen this a little bit, I might need to shorten the other side, but we're looking at about 3.25 inches between those marks. That means that before we cut anything, I want to mark out and check the distance between this and the other side. So let's say we're going to take our marks here. This will give us the other side of the collar to start. So if we move this back now and get it in place, so right about there is going to be where this naturally sits on the martingale chain. Now 3.25 is going to be right about here. So is that in my 15.5 inch mark? And in this case, we're actually right on the money. So my center mark right here is right at that 15.5 inch line, which is where I want to be. Now, we will go a little bit further out because I'm realizing we want to add about 1/2 inch for the padding underneath. So we'll go a little bit further out. What we will do here, we'll go ahead and mark this just so we have it, but we're going to lengthen the other side just a hair. So again, we'll lose that extra length because the padding will give us a narrower circumference since it's on the inside of the collar. So this is roughly where we're at. We're looking at about 3.25 for both of these. And then if we're lined up appropriately, we are looking at about 45.5 to 46 for our collar length, which is exactly what we're looking for this particular collar. So I'm pretty happy with that. We're going to go ahead and cut off our excess here and cut these two pieces apart. There we go. Realizing right now that this camera is not super well situated for what we're doing. Let me do a quick adjustment here. Much better. Okay. So we're sitting like this. We've got these rough cut. Gosh, I can't speak now. So we got these rough cut. Now we're going to shape out our tail end here. I do all of this by hand right now, mostly just because I've been a little too cheap to actually purchase a cut punch that is the right shape. Something on my list to get. It's just relatively low priority because I can do pretty reliable cuts with just the shears. So here's this leather done. Now, the reason we went through all of that trouble first is because we want to make sure that the padding that we're making is going to be right size. And in this case, I'm really just trying to see, can I use this piece of scrap or cut off to make the padding for the back of this piece. Man, I cannot talk. My words are not great today. But at a glance, it looks like it will. We can see here that our buckle line and at least halfway through our fold where the martingale chain is going to connect is within the realm of this particular padding. And I'm willing to bet we can do it for both. So yeah, we could actually use this piece of leather padding for both pieces, assuming we can make sure we cut the right widths out. So for 3/4 inch, I will usually do a line that first, actually, let's make sure that these are straight. We want to use our straight edge. This side is straight, this side is not. So we will work from this side. And even so, is an angle here, so I am going to adjust that. There we are. Move this forward so y'all can see it a little bit better. Basically just going to line this up on my grid as best I can. My goal is to trim everything on this line. You can see there's just a little bit here. We're just going to square this up for the sake of my cutting. We're going to go this route. I'm going to flip this over because I want to make sure that line is easier to cut. And I found in my life that cutting with the guide closer to me, so the ruler in this case, results in a much cleaner cut. There we go. One more pass, make sure we cut all the way through. There we go, we got our straight edge now. Double checking the back here, just making sure everything looks good. This will be a good usable piece. The other thing we could probably do the same with is just making sure that now that we have this straight line, that the corner here is also straight. We don't need to square off everything, but having two sides square is really helpful in this process. There we go. Just like that. So we got a square piece. This should still fit just fine. Yep. Not a whole lot of extra, but again, we're trying to use our offcuts here so that we don't have a whole lot of waste. And this is a great way to do that. So for this piece, for 3/4 inch, that's going to be a rolled end. I will usually go, it's 2 1/4 inches up. So we are just going to find our 1/4 inch mark here, which is this one, as I'm counting to make sure. Yep, that's right. take our silver pen. Just going to do a line right there. While I'm here, I'm also going to do the 1.1, which is going to be roughly our center. So the other thing I want to do, I want to make sure it looks like we will roughly be cutting this in half, which is good. So we can just use both of these pieces. Go ahead and make our mark here as well. Now we're going to do the same thing again. So 2 1/4, if we multiply that by 2, that's going to be 3 or 4 1/2. Go ahead and put that right on that line there. You can see it's just about perfect. So we'll make our 1 mark there. Make our larger 2 1/4 mark right here. And we're going to go to 3 1/4. And then 1 past. Should be right about there. Now we have our lines. We can use our ruler the other way to actually mark them out. Just like that. And make sure I'm actually on that line properly. Maybe a little bit up there. So it's not putting the line perfectly here. I'm going to double check that measurement. Yep, the line I chose was actually a little bit better. So these are our main lines. We are going to cut this one, and these are just fold marks. So this will help us as we start to glue these together, which we will go ahead and do here in just a moment. Nice, smooth cut here. These cuts generally don't have to be perfect, although the closer to perfect they are, the better, just because the fold will be a lot nicer. So with that in mind, those are cut, and we can actually go ahead and glue them up. All right, so I'm gonna move some of my scrap leather back to where it goes, just because it's been sitting on my chair. And we are going to grab our leather glue and just do a quick glue up. So for this, we'll get our little brown drop mat down again. And we will grab our glue. I am going to have to wear a face mask for this. The glue is relatively unpleasant, and I just don't want to be breathing in any fumes, so we'll be putting that on here in just a second. So I'm going to get a little bit muffled, and I apologize for that. Lexi, thank you so much for hanging out this morning. It was a pleasure. Always good to chat with you. I hope the rest of your day is really good. I'm going to be here for a little while longer, so if you want to pop back on if I'm still live, by all means, feel free to. Thank you for sharing, and have a good day. All right, so just like usual, I'm using all-purpose cement here. This is a very nice flexible glue for this sort of process, and it's generally strong enough to do the work that I need it to do. All right. So bear with me. Looks like we got ads coming up in just a moment, so we might wait till the ads finish to actually do the gluing. But once we get back from the ads, we will glue these up. I'll show you kind of what that looks like. And then we will go back to assembling our goth choker collars. So yeah, I am just going to focus on getting everything prepped here, so that when we get back, we can get to work right away. You, and then I might actually check, make sure everything else is going on well. Maybe throw a tweet out or a Beast Guy post. Hope everyone's doing well. EcoFlow for light duty and EcoWeld for anything needing more. That's fair. EcoFlow is just one of those that I haven't tried. Barge is like very heavy duty, and with this leather, I find I actually need an extremely heavy duty glue for my what you call it. For my lighter weight leathers or my more malleable leathers, I think you'd be right. I think EcoFlow would probably be fine. Maybe EcoWeld would even work for this. I might try it. I'm getting low on Barge right now anyway, so it's very possible that this would be a good option to switch to. Let's see here. All right, making a post. It's unfortunately still a little bit backburnered, but I still really want to make a sorry, EcoWeld I highly recommend. EcoFlow I only use because I have it, but honestly even Tanner's tape is better than Flow. Okay, good to know. I'll check EcoWeld, see how that works. Yeah, I still want to make a covering for this mask, like an actual leather cover. That's just backburnered at the moment because now I have orders and a show to get ready for, or a market. Okay. All right, post done. We will get into this now. I love doing 18 different things with the phone, you know, for streaming, so it always makes it a little challenging sometimes. All right, I'm gonna put the mask on. I'm probably gonna sound like Bane or Darth Vader or something, and I apologize, but we'll have some fun with this. All right. Can y'all hear me okay? Is it a little muffled, but still coming through, I hope? Fingers crossed. If, for whatever reason, Sith Lord, yep. Your favorite bird, Bane. That's fair. Speaking of birds, it's time for a burb test. How burb are you today? I think the highest we got was 84% earlier. We got an 80% pup burb. Alright. That's up twice. Awesome. And Smokey, you might need to redo it, recheck. Let me get this blue spread. Only 12% burb. Oh no. We're gonna up those numbers. Those are rookie numbers. I prescribe you with more burb. Those will help those burb levels. Right, let that start to set a little bit and get tacky. I also realize that that's just been in the way of my camera. I apologize. Burbster dial. Yep. It works a little bit. You went up a tiny bit. Saturn, I hope you're doing well this morning. Smokey, I hope you're doing well too. Oh no. Tired dog, that's fair. Mondays are for sleeping in. Okay. Need some good progress here. Just want to make sure I get every little bit of leather. There we go. Both of those sit for a couple moments. Brewster dial. I love it. Love it so much. Alright. We will swap these out. And we will start rolling these. I need to stand for. Mostly because I need the light, and also this thicker leather can be a real pain to stay. Yep. I'll let that sit a little bit longer.
Pup_Saturn needs a bird to stop shrimping.
I'm not shrimping. I'm standing up right now. I will straighten my back out though. That will help. Yeah, absolutely. I'm happy to talk about how I got into leathercraft. So, it's kind of a long story. It's kind of not. But I originally got into leathercraft through making equipment for falconry birds. So I'm a licensed falconer, and not active anymore, but when I was, I made all of my own equipment. It was part of the learning process, and it's just something you kind of have to do because not many people make equipment for birds, and a lot of it's very specialized from a sizing perspective. So you kind of just have to learn if you want to get the equipment that you need. I did that for a couple of years, and then kind of didn't touch leatherwork for, gosh, maybe 6 years after that. And then right around the time I lost my last job,
I realized that, like, I could get back into this and just do it for fun. It's something to do. And so about 2 years ago, I got back into it, started making it more full-time. By that point, I was in different circles, more queer circles, kind of more kinky circles, and I was like, I wonder if I can make leather from a like fashion and kink perspective. And the rest is kind of history. And I found I really enjoy doing this for those purposes. So I just kept doing it. Okay. So, this leather is going to be a pain in the butt, I can already tell. Try to flatten this out a little bit. Recognizing fully that this is probably going to need some heavy weight on it. Because this leather does not like to fold on itself. Sometimes we get these gaps here. I try to kind of just push them back together. They're not going to be visible anywhere but at the end. So it's not, you know, the worst to have a gap. I just don't like it. Yeah. How about you? How'd you get into Leatherwork?
Darth Plagueis the Wise? It is not a story the Jedi would tell you.
Well, I mean, I've heard about the story, but you gotta actually tell me the story, Circa. But yeah, Smokey, if you want to tell me how you got into leatherworking, I'd love to hear it. If not, that's completely fine too. I'm just always curious as well. Alright, trying to get this next piece set. You don't have enough points for that? That's a bummer. Alright, we're just gonna sit here and hold this for a moment. So I'm pretty sure Saturn at this point has an entire like list of copy pasta to just spam and chat whenever the point and the situation arises. You know what? I appreciate it. I can respect that. Oh, come on. Stay with me. There we go. Every time I make padding from my durable black leather, I always end up asking myself, why do I keep offering durable black leather padding? It is such a pain. Is that it? Is it because I'm a masochist? Alright, doing pretty good there. Can probably afford to take the mask off here in just a second. My glue is sealed up. And the fan's been running, so we'll give it another minute or two and then I'll check. And I'm just trying to kind of minimize those gaps if I can help it. Just like that. There we go. Alright. Let's see if I can take off the mask. No more Darth Birdie.
Whew, okay. That's a little bit better. Smoky, you've got a very particular taste in boxes, pouches, and small containers, as well as fantasy leather accessories. Never had enough money to buy stuff I like, so just sort of stayed in the background. Okay. Long time, started watching crafting videos. After my mom passed, we went to sell her house and needed something to occupy. I get that. Love the process even more than the end product. Yeah, no, I get that. Smokey, that's such a valid reason to get into it. And I feel it. I empathize. Like I said, I got into this doing it more full-time and more so like as a procedure because it's like I just needed something to occupy. And it's something that I kind of had a rough idea of how to do. But I'll be honest, most of what I learned from YouTube. I learned from trying it out myself. And so, like, I get it. That inspiration's great. It's a lovely way to work. And there's just such a wealth of knowledge out there. And once you kind of, like, get that creator brain, like, firing, it's hard to stop. So, I get that. All right. We're going to set those aside and keep an eye on them. Mostly because until these really dry. Oh, yeah. Funnily enough, streaming is the same way. I'm learning that I'm learning way more from just trying and like getting that experience just by doing it. I know the reason I have not done streaming in the past has always been like I feel like I have to have a perfect setup, or I have to like really have a following already, and this is kind of the time where I'm like, oh, maybe I don't. Maybe it's just getting out and doing it. But that's what these crafts are like as well. Hey, look, I didn't yesterday. I went to bed earlier, and I didn't even work on stream stuff. I mean, look, call me out all you want. That's like perfectly okay. I need it sometimes. But last night I was good, I promise. Alright, we're gonna square up this while I'm thinking about it. So I'm just gonna kind of line this up here. Just with our end. Just do a couple soft cuts through here. Look, 2 a.m. is significantly earlier than 4 a.m. And I slept till like 9 today. All right. There we go. So that is a fair bit more squared up there. Don't really need to do that side. Okay. With these done, we're just going to do a quick double check, make sure we're still at the length we want. This is also going to be roughly how much that sticks out. You can see how thick this is. This is why we wanted to go about ½ an inch longer than what the original measurement was. It's because that extra ½ inch is going to be doubled on either side of the neck, or we're going to have it on either side of the neck, which is going to double that measurement for about ½ an inch of additional circumference or additional girth that we need to think of. Yes, this is a very thick padding. It's a good durable leather, so this is a oil tanned leather. It is really good for being water resistant. which makes great for like long-term wear or just generally like, oh, I'm gonna wear it out and about where I might get sweaty. So this was really good stuff for just being like out, getting messy, stuff like that. Whereas the comfort is definitely more for feel. The comfort still is generally water resistant, but just not to the degree of this. This is like, oh, I can go out in the pouring rain and this is gonna be fine. So we're gonna set these aside and let them dry a little bit. I'm gonna go ahead and cut the holes for these. Let's see here. Get my monitor pulled back up. We are going to switch our tool to a larger hole punch. And we're just gonna make sure we're nice and centered and give it a good punch. Do the same thing. We're just gonna go down the line here. So there's one hole that we won't cut right now, and that's going to be our oval. The reason we're not going to cut it at the moment is because my press is currently set up with my maker stamp, and I want to use that before I take it out. And since we're doing the choker collars here in just a minute, we will use that press first. Sure, we've got some good holes here. Just like that. So I have a relatively cheap press. We'll see it here on camera here in just a few moments. It is a fast to buy, so just a Chinese like lever press. It's like a clicker press, but not quite as fancy. I wish I could afford a clicker press really badly, but this is already an upgrade because I used to do this all by hammering. And my ears are apartment neighbors. Everyone is appreciative that I'm using a press now. Okay, get these holes punched. Then we'll press some stuff. I probably should sharpen these cutting dies too. Need to get a good sharpener for my rotary tool. Press it real good. Love it. Puppy's a dork. Okay. Push these out so we can kind of make sure they're clear here. We'll come back and burnish these a little bit later. But for now, I just want to make sure that all the leather for this is cut. The actual martingale chain I'm going to use on this one is currently still on order. Should arrive probably later this week. But until it arrives, we can't do any sort of final assembly. What we can do is we probably can go ahead and stitch it up. We can put a few things on, like the buckle, but we're not going to be able to do much else. Okay, so those are cut. We're gonna set those aside for the moment, and we are going to start working on assembling our choker collars. So I'm gonna move stuff out of the way. Get a good look at our clicker press here, or I don't know if it's, wouldn't call it a clicker, I guess, but this is my press. It is mine, and it works. It was not expensive. I think it was like $50 total, maybe a little bit less. And when you look at like the really fancy clicker presses that like Weaver or Tandy or any of the other leather shops sell, which are much bigger and much stronger. Clicker press, use the clicker press. Okay. Yes, exactly. They're mine and they work. That is the two most important thing of tools. The clicker presses that are for sale from like the leather shops that honestly work better, or can do like large scale cutting, which is really nice. Those suckers sell for like $5,000-$6,000 a piece. It is kind of wild. So when I saw this, I was like, we're gonna take it. We're gonna go for it. Okay, so now the game plan is to put my maker's mark on here. And the first thing I should do is determine which orientation my head is facing. Okay. So it looks like the bottom is on this side, which I vaguely remember putting it in that orientation. So we will probably do a quick test press on something else than the actual product to double check that. Get a little bit of scrap leather here. Do a quick test. Got a nice press. Okay. Yep. So bottom of our mark is down here. And yeah, that we will work with that. Okay. So this will go pretty quick. Basically, actually what we can do first before we really get into the press itself, we'll push it back just a hair. We are going to take my ruler and we're going to mark out where we want to put our studs. So our choker collar has studs. They're going to be at inch intervals here. And so we want to make sure that we are putting them in the right spot. Now on either of these, I always do an inch from one end, because within that inch line is going to be where we end up putting our maker's mark. And on this one, I did... Okay. Our maker's mark is on the back left side. So it'll be oriented like this. It'll be on this side. So we will... I guess it doesn't matter. I can just flip it over. I just want them to be pretty consistent. That's true. If you don't sleep, there's so much more time for activities. Who needs sleep? Certainly not birds. Have you ever been to a parking lot at 2 a.m.? At least in the South, birds are so noisy. At like 2 a.m. in the parking lots. Go. Just doing little simple marks right down the middle. 2 a.m. parking lot bird seems like the start of a joke. Absolutely. The joke is being in a parking lot at 2 a.m. listening to birds, which I've done. I'm going to parking lots to listen to birds, Smokey. That's what I'm doing. No worries, mini golf. Feel free to keep it muted. I know you probably can't hear this then, but since my hands are busy, I can't really chat that back, so no worries. Mark all these down. Let's see, Smokey and I on the same page. Yeah, y'all are. And I have done a fair bit of bird watching. Is 2 a.m. the early bird getting the worm, or is that the secret late night bird getting the secret hidden worm? So 2 a.m. is the secret late night bird getting the hidden box of Taco Bell because she had a craving at 2 a.m. And then that's actually why she was in the parking lot at 2 a.m. Don't judge me. Look, it's not my fault that other birds like Taco Bell as well, and therefore love to sit in the parking lots and scream all night at Taco Bell. Alright, we are just making some quick markings here, just to keep track of where our studs are going. I mean, I chirp sometimes, when the mouth isn't full of Taco Bell. Do 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 do. Chip, 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 chip. See? Chirp. Chirp, 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 chirp. That one's for all of you that didn't watch the ads. All right. Here we go. Speaking of ads and subscriptions, this is also a reminder that my special community goal event started today. So we are actually in the process of an event, meaning subscriptions, whether they're gifted or your own, are capable of receiving a badge. And the badge, in this case, I wanted to do this for a couple of reasons. One, my birthday is next month. This is a great opportunity to just try to learn how to use this tool on Twitch. And also, I know y'all want me to stop slouching a lot. So, the badge that we're doing and the event is to get a birdie to stop shrimping. And so there's a really unique badge that you can get because if we get enough subs and follows and everything, I'm going to do an entire leatherworking live stream wearing my corset, which I can get pretty tight, and we will just chill keep my back very straight, and I will just kind of work through it. Should be fun. I actually like my corset. It's pretty comfortable. It's a great opportunity for me to just wear it again. But also, could be a fun opportunity for, chat to get involved, and you'll get a cool little badge for chat out of it. So just like the Burb badge that's on my chat, you'll get like your own. And this one specifically is for We Corseted a Bird, which is the name of my event here. So yeah, feel free to share, try to get it. I'd love to see my follower and subscription count go up, but also I want to see that badge in chat. I think it'd be a lot of fun. All right, we've marked these. We are going to rotate them this way so that they're in the right orientation. We're going to move our press back here. Make sure we're in view and ready to go. For this, we'll flip this over so we have a nice flat surface, no marring. Now we're just going to go right along here and kind of center this up as best as we can. There we go. Give it a fairly nice press. See how that turns out. There we go. So this one's a little bit off-centered. Not bad. I knew it was going to kind of come off a little bit weird. Show you if we can see it a little bit better. Maybe? The lights help me, please. Yeah, you can kind of see it. We'll try to center the other ones a little bit better.
Hey Birdie, by Eardy, Birdie. Have you heard of the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV? With an expanded free trial which you can play through the entirety of A Realm Reborn and the award-winning Shadowbringers expansion up to level 80 for free with no restrictions on playtime. Also, why didn't I get any Taco Bell?
You... Oh gosh. First off, yes, I have heard of Final Fantasy XIV. Believe it or not, I have a moderator and a puppy that likes to tell me about it. And then you didn't get Taco Bell, I think, that time because it was 2 in the morning and you were asleep. Also, I did it, I don't remember when the last time I actually went at 2 in the morning is. Taco Bell is a wiggle food. Puppy, I love that you I love that you love it so much. It's so good. It is so dumb, but it is why I put in the text to speech. One of them. One of the reasons anyway. Okay. Make sure we're nice and pressed there. There we go. So yeah, try showing this off a little bit one more time here. There, that shows a little better. There's my little maker's mark. Move this back because we don't need it anymore, at least for now. And we will get back to actually putting some of our stuff together. I'm going to switch over to our PTZ forwarding. Yeah, there we go. Be a little bit better as we start to put some stuff together. Oh, I must have adjusted that a little bit wrong. Hold on. Quick 10-second coding break, if you will. Because there should be 2 actions. And I think I did this wrong. Commands. Interesting. I didn't do that wrong. Wonder if it's exact. Let's do that. Okay. It's good this way. No, keep it. My mods. Yeah, but now we have puppy and uppy. And they're 2 very different things. Okay. We are going to go back. Yep, that's the right setting for this. We're going to start cutting our holes for our studs now. Oh, both my mods are online and are going nuts here. That should have worked though. Did it not save? Let's see. Aw, Victor, I'm sorry. Let's see. Oh, the cooldown's like 5 minutes. That's why it's not working. You already did your uppy. Here, I'll reset that. Just for a second. Okay. That taken care of, we will get back to assembling. How will Puppy know she's a good dog? I don't know. She'll probably just have to keep trying. I think it's because she probably hasn't checked if she's a bird yet. She might not be a dog right now. Only 14% bird? Okay. That is pretty low bird content right now. Let's see. Over here. That's the better camera angle for y'all. It's just uppy, not opie. So we're gonna cut these, punch these holes about every inch or so. I want to make sure we're staying in the center of our collar here. I'm intrigued why it's not working, actually. Excuse me. Let me get through punching these holes, and I will troubleshoot it. We can definitely troubleshoot it later, actually. That'd be ideal. I think it has something to do with the fact that the command is so close to puppy, which is already a command. And I just need to make sure it's set, so it's got to be exact. There we go. 2 more on this one. One more here. All right. All of our holes are punched on that. We'll do the next 4 here, and then we'll put them together, and these will be done. From there, I think the rest of today is probably going to be just painting. I still need to do some more flags, so that'll be pretty chill. And then also need to finish Puppy's patch. So we'll come back to that one too. Go. So let's see. Victor, did I tell you about the stream idea I want to do? Maybe. I was talking with that the other streamer, and we were chatting about dyeing fabrics and leathers, and we thought it might be fun to try dyeing leather using coffees, teas, and wines, and see what we get. And if it turns out really well, maybe we just do like a little giveaway for some tiny things that we make on stream, just because it could be fun. And if it turns out well, that'd be really fun. That'd be really cute. Yeah, I just think it'd be a fun event. Nice excuse to drink coffee and tea and maybe try some wines. There we go. Make sure these are fully cleared. Definitely need to sharpen my tool. There we go. All right, 3 more. Oh, for sure. I expect wines to work pretty well. I'm just curious as to how well. And I'm curious what the staining ability of teas and if we get a really dark, like dark black tea, as well as some good like dark roast coffee. See what that does. We'll probably have to submerge them. We can try a few different methods, and we can compare with some of the dyes that I have on hand. And just kind of see what comes up. I'm sure it won't be as like vibrant as some of the modern dyes, but it could just be a really fun project. Make sure these are all punched through. Yep. All right, a couple more to go. Butterfly pea flower tea, fancy blue stuff. stain some clothes. Okay, I could see that. That could be cool if we get a really nice, like, blue. I mean, honestly, a natural, like, blue stain could be really nice. The challenge, of course, is going to be balancing, like, what works really well, what's not an arm and a leg expensive, and, you know, what is, like, what gives us the best results. Also, it's kind of tastes good, because I'll probably have to, you know, we'll probably wind up drinking the rest of the tea. Alright, a couple more holes here. We got one more to do. There we go. One more. Alright, I am also probably going to go a little bit longer today. Mostly because it's not, you know, late at night. And I feel like I'm in a good groove at the moment. So even though we'd usually end around 2, I'll probably keep going for a little bit longer. Keep working on some of these projects. Just because I need to really start kind of hammering down and getting the Mercury Market stuff done. And I also have a few other project pieces that I want to get going. So we might as well do them on stream. One of those being I need to start cutting and patterning my harnesses that I want to try. So the harness we built last week, I want to actually start standardizing it a little bit and designing it out, because my hope is to create more of a harness system that's pretty modifiable, that's comfortable to wear, and is not just a like derivative design of you know, more standard harnesses out there. And I think I've got the good groundwork for one of those, but I need to make one, specifically probably make one for both Dictate and Saturn, because they can help me try them on, and we can do some measurement adjustments and see if we can't make something really cool. Something that we can actually put in the store. Okay. That's all done. Just clean this off real fast. Alright, so now we can start putting together these spikes. These are just screw-on. They're pretty basic, but they're easy to work with, and they do look pretty good. I like how they turn out on the black here. 1, 2, 3. It's me 12 for this one. Go ahead and get these all out. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. Honestly, the hardest part about working with these pieces is the spikes don't like to be they don't like to be held. And you'll see in a minute what I mean by that. I have to use a pair of pliers and really just like carefully grasp them in order to get them to really hold long enough for me to screw in the backs. So we're going to do this. We're just going to lay all these up right here, because we are just going to kind of set our strap on them. I made the holes just big enough for these screws here, so they'll sit, kind of hold in pretty nicely. Also, Smokey, I have not gotten the idea of the Witch Hat Atelier sketchbook notebook out of my head since you mentioned you made it, and I really want to give that a go sometime. That's going to be another project that I need to get done. Just see if I can do it. I've traditionally avoided notebooks and leather journals for the work that I do, mostly just because a lot of people make them. But stuff like that, more customized or like fandom or cosplay, might be well worth it. A little upside down. How did it go upside down? What happened? I'll lightly screw these in so they stay in place and nothing falls out. And we're going to tighten them back. I wanted to finish it all in a few hours. The top half is technically the bottom. It's still functional, it just does not show. Or that's fair. I mean, it happens. I've definitely done that before. Quite a few times, actually. I'll be in the middle, I'll like cut something out and forget kind of like which way is ups and downs, or they look so similar, it's like which one was I using for the top. Then you get like halfway into the installation and you're like, oh, that was the wrong piece. And you have a choice to make. Is it worth going back and fixing, or do I just want to finish? Is it going to be that noticeable? All right. There we go. We are set up there. So now we are going to take a set of our pliers. I'm going to do my smooth tooth plier here. We are going to, I'm going to see if I can do this well for the camera. Take that, and we're just going to have to screw those in. So with these, you definitely have to grip right down at the base. And that happens sometimes. So we're gonna see if I can't just do it by hand today. I wasn't able to yesterday, but sometimes you can get pretty close. I think it's working so far. Okay, I'll check it out. I need to look through your stuff anyway. I followed you recently, and it's like I Or I saw your separate leather account. I was like, I followed it. I was like, I need to go through it, just see what you've made, because of what I did see, it looked really good. Go. All right, a couple more here. You know we have a good bite when it starts to kick up like that. All right, so now we have our most of our stud collar done. The next thing that we're going to do is we are going to take some of our ribbon clips. And I'm going to do it right now just to show you, but for most of these we're probably going to take, just go ahead and do all the spikes for the rest of them, and then we'll come back and do the ribbon clips last. These are our ribbon clips. We're just going to use silver for now. I might swap a few of them out for like a darker gunmetal. But since we're mostly just using black and silver, we're just going to go with silver. And these are really simple. They're just kind of, you press them on to the end of your ribbon, your leather strap in this case. And then we're just going to use pliers to really kind of crimp it down. Make sure it's lined up. We want it to be even and in a good spot. Just like that. Just nice, firm clamp. And this is pretty well connected. Should not come undone easily. Do that. Another good crimp. It's going to kind of just cover a little bit of my maker's mark back here, but that's okay. Not too worried. And there we go. Outside of the chain, which is going to be the last thing that we'll do for this, this piece is pretty much ready to go. So we'll set it aside, and we will go ahead and put all the studs in on the remaining 4 pieces that we have. I need 16 pieces for this one. So my music seems to want to stop again. A music player has this like thing where it turns off autoplay for content made for kids. I need to figure out how to change that because it keeps stopping. Okay, so 16 pieces. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and then 16. 1, 2, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16. There we go. And we are just going to do the same thing we just did. Get all the posts set, and then we will screw in the spikes themselves. Assuming they want to set. There we go. go. Just kind of working along these. If you haven't recently, don't forget to get up, stretch, grab a snack. Generally just take care of yourself. Especially if you're just body doubling with me. Because you're probably focused on something else. So I'm just gonna mom mode you and say, go drink some water, grab a snack, maybe grab lunch if you haven't yet. That view has not been super great. I'm realizing my hand's been in the way the whole time. Move that camera for us. Okay. That should be a little cleaner for this. Okay. Going on okay? Mostly? I feel like I just jinxed myself. There we go. So we're going to do spikes on most of these. There are a few that we're going to do something different. Mostly because I want to see how they turn out. And also, people like different styles of stuff. So this is going to be a way to do that. There's honestly a couple that I could just keep completely blank. You know, something like just a black strap, which might be a good option. But we will cross that bridge as we get to them. I think my goal for the market in this case is to have a few sets of each piece in each size. So if I do rivets or something different on another, I keep one blank, I want to have a couple of those for every size of choker that I'm making. All right. Tighten these up with the screwdriver here. Great question, Smokey. Advice for in-person events. I haven't done many myself, but the ones that I have done have all been just super fun. I guess it really depends on what type of advice are you like hoping. Are you thinking for logistics, setup, and like operations? Or are you thinking about like what sort of events should I be looking for? because that's two pieces of advice I can give there. But yeah, I love in-person events. They're a lot of fun. They're exhausting. There's a lot of like prep for them. But I've made some pretty significant money from doing events like that. Okay, that's 2 of those done for now. We'll move on to the next one. Actually, let's see. I think this is one of my duplicates here. Nope. Although, you are duplicate. Okay. Are you the same as these? Nope, you are not. Okay. So these 2 that we have finished and ready, we will actually see about doing 2 different types of stud work on it. First, okay, yeah, sure, that's great. I think the first thing that you should look at doing is getting a business license. Depending on where you're at, they're not terribly expensive. They're usually a good investment. I currently have a license for the city of Portland and the city of Seattle. And it does mean that I pay taxes, but I only ever pay taxes on like the stuff that I sell in those locations. So the city's gonna want their cut. They always do. But it's worthwhile looking into. You don't have to have like an LLC or anything. I am a sole proprietor, meaning I just kind of filed as a sole proprietor. I took my doing business name as and set that up. And then you just apply for your city like permits. Otherwise though, the main thing for any sort of events is look for stuff that's going on in your community. Look for events that you think might fit well with what you're doing. In my case, I did a lot of it's just a little bit here, so it's a little out of my way. I did a lot of furry events starting out, just because that was the community I was most connected with. And I looked for artist events. Seattle had some really good ones. The punk rock flea market was a really good one. Cutie Fest in Seattle was good. They happen throughout the summer. And then the Fur Swap was another one that was really good. And so just looking, if your community's smaller, then I recommend looking at like farmers markets or community markets. During the summer months, most communities have them, and they're a great place to start selling wares. They might be a little bit more limited depending on like what they'll accept, because I've been to farmers markets that don't want anything but produce or plant material, and I've been to farmers markets that are like anything goes. It's kind of in between. It just depends on your local community, but do that. Any sort of like creator fair or special events, like so Mercury Market's a good example. I didn't know about that one, but I saw a post about it and I just reached out because it said they were looking for vendors. And I was like, I make stuff that's relevant. Would you want to have me? And they said yes. So really just kind of seeing what events are going on. I've seen a lot of bars and spaces will actually do, art nights, and those are great places to get a vending table in because they're going to be small communities, and it's a little nicer to just work in front of a bar or in front of like a coffee shop during an art event because it's lower key. There's less tables, less competition. You can just kind of like say, hey, I want to do this. or I want to sell these items. But both are great options and honestly a lot of fun. Definitely prepare yourself to have a lot of work, because you'll need to probably have a table, maybe a tablecloth. Some places provide them, but it's not always guaranteed. And so having that sort of stuff ready is good. And then also just having stock. So there's a difference between just making custom orders and then having a stock of like go-to items that I can sell consistently, and I always have like some on hand. What I'm making right now is stock. These are things that I don't really expect would ever sell well on my store page. But for an event where people are already primed to spend money on things that they like, having little things that are small to medium-sized purchases, so think like $5 to $25 is a really great price point to work from. And then you can have some of your higher end stuff present, and you should. I call them pre-made, so they're my pre-made items, but they're, nicer pieces of equipment. Those are there and they're available, but usually, unless people are looking for something specifically, they won't purchase them unless they're already like grabbing something else. They've already been caught their eye by something simple. So for example here, this is a pre-made set of cuffs that I have, as I'm not showing them where you can see them. Pre-made set of cuffs. I made these last summer with just extra leather that I had. It's just kind of a brown with a rose gold. I know I keep pulling it back. I know the color. Here we go. The lighting is not doing it super justice here. These cuffs, I would love to see them sell, but I definitely made them because I had some excess materials, and I was like, okay, if they sit in a quote storefront for a while, then that's fine. They don't need to like sell right away. So yeah, my advice in that regard is look at what you have, look at what you tend to make and what sort of cutoffs and scraps that you have from those projects, and see what you can make that's small and simple and utilizes that, because that can also be a really good way to make those smaller items or to just use what you already have without having to dedicate a whole bunch of resources to it. I'm doing this all off screen. We are going to do this actually. Raise you up here. Chat's getting lifted. And you're going to see yourself in my screen for a second until I adjust this camera. There. That should be a little bit better. That's out of my way. Watching the shadow of Birdie working. Yep, such an interesting stream, right? That should be a little bit better. You can actually see what I'm doing now. Maybe. We'll see. Sometimes camera angles are a real pain in the butt. Okay. But yeah, that's my general advice for any like in-person events. Definitely have your prices set before you go. Have enough stock to work with, and just be prepared to do a lot of prep work. When we were working for First Swap, or working to set a table up for First Swap, the first time we built a lot of stock, but didn't really know what to expect or how popular it would be. And got there and very quickly like sold so much stuff. So much so that like the second time we went, it was like, okay, we need to bring stuff. We need to work hard. We need to like crunch mode, make a bunch of stuff so we have stock to work with, because I don't want to sell out. I mean, don't get me wrong, I want to sell out of everything that I have, but I don't want to do it at like, if the event starts at 10, I don't want to sell out at like 11:30 or 12. I want to sell out towards the end of the day. Let me go home a little bit early, but not so early that I miss the majority of the day because I just don't have the materials. So some of that's just going to be judging the size of the event you want to be a part of. Others is just going to be trial and error. But generally, if you have stock or items that you would consider stock, so think these collars or these choker collars, trying to have 2 or 3 of them on hand at any given point is a good call. If you decide you need more because they're super popular, that's even better. But this at least gets you some stock, so if somebody likes something, you can sell it and still have a replacement for another person who might want it. You'll get a lot of people who will want to buy something, but they need to think about it and process it. And you know what? I am still out of screen, so we are just going to do this. Goodbye, table cam. We're just going to work without that. Just center that a little bit better. There we go. But yeah, you'll get a lot of people at in-person events that want to purchase something, but they want to think about it. Some of them will say that, and then they'll never come back. I admittedly do that sometimes, and I feel bad. But sometimes people will see something, they're like, hey, I want to purchase this, but I also want to look around, because people have limited money, and they may want to spend something on something else. So you might have people who say, hey, I'll be back for this. And you don't necessarily want to reserve it for them. I would never promise to reserve something during the day of an event. Unless we're getting close to end and someone's just going to get like a wallet. But if you have multiples of your items, you can put one out for display if people like it and they want it. Or if they say, hey, I want to come back to it, I'll be back later, then they can do that. And if it gets sold, you can sell it and then just put the replacement out. So having duplicates is great. You don't need a whole bunch of stock. I'm not saying like have 10 or 20 of them unless you're really big and really successful. But you'll know by that. You'll know how popular certain things are by doing it a few times. Like for this one, Mercury Market, I have no idea. I don't know what this vending event's going to be like. I actually should reach out to my friend who shared the poster about it, because she did the event last month and then shared that. And so I should reach out and ask, like, hey, how'd it go? What sort of turnout? What sort of interest did you get? Because that would actually be helpful. So for another little bit of advice, do a little market research. Not in the sense of like you have to like Google everything or try to get some analytics on stuff, but if you know somebody who's been to the event, ask them about it. Heck, if you're talking to the coordinator, ask them. Say, hey, what sort of turnout people-wise do you typically get? And are there any tables or booths that do similar stuff to what I do? So leatherworking in this case. And then who are they? If you can ask that, most of the time you can. It's not like they hide that information. You could reach out to those leather companies and be like, hey, how successful has this event been for you? Or if you don't want to go that far, which is a lot of extra work, you can just kind of ask the event coordinator, like, hey, have these been successful? Are these something that people seem really, really interested in. And that'll give you an idea of like, hey, if you want to do it, how much effort and prep do you need to put into the actual like preparation for the event itself? Day of, my advice is don't go alone. Having another person with you, if possible, is great, just because you're going to need to go to the bathroom at some point, and leaving a booth unattended is never fun. Most vendors are really good about being supportive and watching each other's booths, so don't worry, like, there will be someone who will help, but having a team of people, even if it's just a partner or a friend to come out, really, really helps. Let's see, other bits of advice. I'm just racking my brain from the ones that I've done and the little lessons that I've learned. If you have one or can afford to get one, get a cart. Get like a flat bottom cart or a wagon or something that can hold your materials and your table, because you will save yourself so much hassle. If you're going to do an event that's outdoors or has uneven terrain, make sure it's like a nicer one with like rubber wheels or something along those lines. But just get a cart. It's so worth it. It is so worth it. The other little bit would be figure out your payment setup beforehand. If you're just going to take cash, great, but make sure you've got change. Make sure you have, or just have the expectation of, hey, we want to have exact change only. Generally, just have that prepared. If you have a payment processing system like a card reader or something, make sure it's set up. Test it beforehand. If it needs Wi-Fi, make sure you can provide that. Most events, especially outdoor ones, aren't going to do Wi-Fi, so you'll need to like hotspot your phone or something. So just being aware of things like that is super, super helpful. Okay. So these are the other rivets that we're doing. What I need to do is I need to find my tool for this. I believe it's down here. Yep. So I don't do rivets all that often anymore, mostly because the colored ones, so your brass or rose gold or your rainbow rivets, these will all generally, the coating on them will wear off and it doesn't look good. They wear off relatively quickly. And so I don't use them all that often. What I do use, this is not the tool I need. That's a grommet setter. What I do use is I'll use silver rivets, like we're going to use now, because the silver won't rub off. It's not a color added to it. So we'll use these. They should still look good. And then we are going to use one of my crimping tools once I grab it. snap fastener. Okay. Don't think this is. This. Oh, this is. Yeah, this is the right one. Okay. Maybe. Where is my tool? I'm driving myself crazy now. It's probably in my toolbox. You know, because why would you store your tool with all the other tools that you store? Store it in a third location. That way you can forget and then look for it forever. There we go. Okay. So, rivets. You can do a hammered setting for rivets where you just hammer them in. I find I get a much better set using this snap fastener tool. I don't use it for snap fasteners, funnily enough. I use my press now. But this tool is actually really good for setting rivets. So, as a snap fastener tool, it's got two different heads that we would swap out. For rivets, though, we're going to use the flat head. Pull this up a little bit, see if it'll focus. Behind me, maybe. Yeah, there you go. We're going to use this flat head on both sides. So you see both sides are flat. That's going to help make sure that that rivet stays smooth and looks good on both sides. Because we don't want the rivet to be off center or look weird. And this will help ensure that doesn't happen. Now, just like everything though, we are going to take our spare piece here, or spare little bit of leather. We are just going to do a practice set because I haven't done this in a while. And I want to make sure I do it right. So we'll put one end of the rivet in. And we're going to get the rivet bottom here, which is my other bag. There we are. Just like that. Stick them in. So they'll kind of lock in place like that. You'll see that there is a bit of space there. These rivets can definitely do thicker leathers. And what I do is I do the larger base down here that's got a rounded end. I put it on the face, the side of the leather that you're going to see. And then the smaller flat head I will use on the back because I want to crimp it. And if one side gets flattened, I want to make sure it's the side on the back where people aren't going to see. But it'll come off with a really nice rivet. It'll be smooth. It'll be finished, and it'll be done in a way that doesn't... I guess one of the biggest problems I always had with rivets was like when they don't seat perfectly straight, and then they feel weird, like, or they get kind of offset, and then they crimp wrong, and so they don't line up properly. We want to avoid that. Yeah, so this is not an expensive tool. It works great for snap fasteners as well. That's what it's built for, but I find it way better for rivets in general. I can post a link in our Discord just so you can see where it is. And if you ever want to get one, you have a link to it. There we go. Just like that, we have a flat stud. This is going to be our alternative style. And it's going to look pretty good. I think this is actually going to be a good option for people who maybe don't quite want spikes, but still may want a good studded choker. may do a few bracelets like this too at some point. Both thin and maybe even a few chunky style. Yeah, a lot of the learning I've been doing recently with my leather craft, aside from just trying to like pattern stuff myself more, and really kind of make my designs my own, a lot of what I've been learning is also how to kind of mass produce this stuff. So in this case, it's like we are going through and we are putting all the rivets on at one time, snapping them all together so we can just go down the line and snap all these at one time. Save a little bit of motion, save my hand, and generally just do this at once, which is just a little more efficient. So when you're making larger scale stuff, even as an individual, efficiency is important, especially when you're trying to think about like, how much is my time worth, and how much do I want to, or am I willing to spend on this, or I guess how much am I willing to charge for this product? That's the words I was trying to use. Okay. Line these up. Good crimp. We're just gonna go down the line here. Check them. Welcome back, Matcha. Did you have a good walk? Matcha did go for walkies. When did you leave? You left while we were still working on the martingale collar, right? If so, then you haven't missed much. We have just moved back to our chokers, our Gothic choker collars, and we are just trying a few different styles. So we've got the nice spiked stud style, and now we're doing a rounded stud. We're just trying to make a few, and we've been chatting what sort of work and effort goes into making stuff for vendors or to actually vending in person. All right, let's do our ribbons, because it'll be ribbons. Then we can do the chains, and then these are done. Thank you. I think they're looking pretty good too. I'm actually really pleased with these. Gonna take a few of these out here. We're just gonna pull a few of them out. I know we're gonna use a bunch of them, so might as well. And as you can see, I have a bunch of different colors and sizes for these. These are really cheap. These are unfortunately just Amazon. They're a good brand, like they work well, but I would really sneezing. Probably need to take some allergy meds. I would really like to find a better brand for these. for just some higher quality metal that just would, I think, look better as well. There we go. Some good crimping there. Yeah, the Amazon struggle is super real. I definitely want to avoid it where I can, especially with my materials. But sometimes there's just no escaping it. And you just need parts or need materials, and there's not a great other source right away. And in this case, I just haven't found good ribbon clips or ribbon clamps elsewhere yet. There's a good clamp here. It's really that hard. Like, Amazon's definitely responsible for a lot of it, but like also with shipping and stuff for China no longer having like a de minimis exemption, like doing a lot of these materials come from overseas. Like, I have a vendor that I like to purchase my buckles from. They are based in the Czech Republic. They make some amazing equipment. Their buckles and their hardware are all really good. They're all nickel tested, so they're free of nickel, which is really great for allergies. But they're in the Czech Republic, and now shipping with tariffs and with everything going on in the US, shipping is just a pain. And I don't have a lot of cash, so I unfortunately can't always foot that bill myself, which means I just can't order from them as often. Which is a huge bummer from the business standpoint. Gratefully, I put a big order in before that policy changed. So I have a fair bit of those buckles and stuff left, but it's like once they're gone, I'm gonna have to do an order again, and I'm just gonna have to eat that cost, or I'm gonna have to slightly raise my prices or something to offset the cost of those buckles. And I don't like doing that. Okay. So all of those have been added now. Now we just need to work on the chains. We will move my camera around here because the chains we're going to want a closer view of. And when I designed these chokers, I designed them with specific sizes in mind. So every one of these is going to get a 2-inch chain, and that is going to be what connects them. And the upside is that I just need to cut a bunch of 2-inch chains. In this case, 5, and then we just need to put all the rings together for them. So I don't have to think or do a whole lot of math, which is really great because Bird is not amazing at math, especially math on the fly. For sure, Buckle Guy's pretty good. I've been shopping on that site more. And Rocky Mountain Leather is one of my go-tos as well. I really like Rocky Mountain Leather a lot. Okay, we are just going to cut some chain here. We are going to adjust my camera before I do, so y'all can actually see what I'm doing. See, we ran into that issue with my ex's vending business. One of the bases for one of the products that they made came from overseas, and it used to be really cost effective to get it from the one vendor. But after all the tariff bullshit went into place, I think the cost nearly doubled for those businesses. Yeah, that's just how it is. That's how it went. And it's been so much harder for that. Yeah, I need to make a Buckle Guy account, just so I can do the point system. But I agree, Rocky Mountain generally has more of what I'm looking for, especially in the style of hardware that I'm looking. Make sure I actually get this right here. There we go. Just snap these, move them out of the way. If there's a little tail end like I did here, grab some more pliers. See if we can't just work it off. Worst case, we cut one more chain up. There we go. Much cleaner. Okay. All right, 4 more to go. There's probably better ways to do this out there, but for right now, this is how we're doing it. There we go. Okay, 1 more to go for now. There we go. Perfect. Got a couple broken links here. Make sure those get in the trash. Just need to get a hatchet. I mean, look, if I could do it without damaging my table, I would do that. It'd be fun. All right. Now we just need to add our rings to this so that these are, usable. So right now they aren't going to quite work. Let's see, where did I put... Ah, there you are. Okay. So we are going to want a few of these. Not the fondest of these clips, but for the sake of what we're doing right now, these are going to work pretty well. And so we're going to need 2 rings for each one of these clips. And those are going to be our smaller rings. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. There we go. So those will help us anchor. And then we are going to want a few larger rings. So 2 inches, we're going to want a ring on each end. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So we want 5 for each. So we want 25 rings in total. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. 9, 10, and 11. 12, 13, 14, 15. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, and 24, and 25. Should be it. You can always get more if I counted wrong, which is very likely. So we're gonna do these pretty quickly. Hopefully I can film these well. That's kind of my biggest concern right now. Put our little ring bender on our finger here. Make sure our pliers are ready. We're gonna start with these. These are a little bit bigger, a little easier to work with for us. Open the jump rings up. Take it right to the very end of there. There we go. Here's one. And I found last time when I was doing this that for this particular chain, it's going to be every 6 links. Every 6 link is where we want to put jump ring, so that we have a 1/2 inch option. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Nope. Reset here. Give myself a little more room to work. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Come on. I know you can do it. Oh, you want to. I know you do. Come on. There we go. Got it on the wrong ring, but there we go. That's better. Yeah, with this current design, this is probably the most tedious part of this whole process. Honestly, I have a tool I can and should probably use to make this a little bit easier. We're gonna see. I don't know if it'll actually work like I want it to, so I kind of need to move this around a little too much. But we're gonna see. We're gonna give it a go here in just a second. All right. Doing pretty good there. Let's see if this tool will help me. All right, I'm gonna pull our Little alligator grips here. These have been beat and burned to hell, but they should help us a little bit if I can get them situated. There. Let's see if we can make this work. So let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's see here. I feel like I actually did this wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I did that in the 8th ring. That's why that's wrong. Okay. So if that's the case, we are going to go 1, 2, 3. So we're going to need to adjust that. Go. Okay. Move that back a little bit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is such a tedious little process here. Also, I'm pretty sure there's a burr on this ring here that is making this so much more tricky than it needs to be. I think it's catching. Try coming in from the other angle, maybe. Hey, there we go. Kind of. Come on, stay in there. Work with me. Now it's a start. Okay. My little helping hands did not stay clipped like I wanted them to. There we go. But we got it. We worked on it. Got there in the end. I have no idea if this is good watching. Because it's all so tiny. But we're gonna keep trying here. We go straight over here to the end, because I think the key to getting these little helping hands to work best is going to be giving them a slightly larger ring to work with. Good. I am glad to hear it's coming across pretty visibly. Yeah, I like the other cam, but not quite suitable to what we're working on today. Okay. Also probably rotate this just a little bit here. Just try to center this. Probably a little bit better. There we go. Oh yeah, this actually works a lot better. I say as in I immediately drop it. Okay. There we go. And that back into place. Okay. That is 1 of 5 down. So we're gonna get the 2 end rings done first. That seems to be working way more effectively here. I know I can do those pretty easily without any sort of assistance. I say as I struggle. There we go. All right, there's 1. Grab the other end now. There we go. Now we can set that back up here. Just like that. Oh, Gabe Fox, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Thanks for stopping by and hanging out. We are deep in working on some jewelry territory as we're making the adjustable chains for our choker collars that we've been making. So yeah, thank you so much for stopping by and welcome. There are some chat commands that you can use if you need anything, and I'm always happy to chat, so if you have any questions, please let me know. Just close this one up here. Okay. Looking good. Got 2 more on this little piece of chain here. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, I'm glad Lexi shared. I'm glad you dropped by. There we go. Just don't fall off. Just don't fall off. That's all I need. There we go. Perfect. Okay. 1 more on this one. I'm sure there is like 10 better ways to do this. Or alternatively, there's probably a chain that already is set up like this that I could just purchase. But I want to use what I have already. Plus, then I can say the whole thing was made by me. All right, that's another one done. So here's an example, by the way, of our kind of spiked choker collar that we're working on. These chains are just going to help hold them together. These are definitely more fashion accessories, but I'm prepping for a market, And so I just need stock. And this is a great stock option for this. Actually, I'm going to flip this ring around, see if that helps. I feel like it will. Okay. Open that up. Get it through there. Well, that made a world of difference. Okay, I got so much more control there. Okay. Ooh, it's raining. I can smell it through the window. Love the smell of petrichor. There we go. Yeah, I actually have made a few things like that. I have been notoriously bad about wearing it recently, but I do have a, let's see if I have it in this room actually. I have a padded cuff. So this was a padded cuff that I made, and it is part of a semi-matching set that I made for me and my partners. And I try to wear it all the time, or at least as often as I can. It's matching in the sense that the hardware is all the same. So the wolf, the feather, and the cat paw are all the same, but then each of the leather designs are individual of like personas and stuff like that. So birds, feathers, makes a lot of sense. And then I've got one that is painted like rosettes for a snow leopard, and another that is painted like it's airbrushed like a galaxy. You can actually see photos of those. Should be able to see photos of those on my website, because they are absolutely lovely. I'm very, very proud of those. There we go. Yep, Victes was even run over by a car, which fits her character very well. Go. Perfect. One more to go on this one. Yeah, it was kind of just a cool... We like the matching set idea. And then the car, running over with a car was definitely not intended. But it definitely works and it fits. And it also shows that the project or the cuffs are pretty durable. It was run over by a car and then left in the driveway during a rainstorm for like 48 straight hours. And I was able to replace some of the hardware. So specifically the snap pieces. I replaced those because they had started to rust in the rain. But the rest of it still held on and actually is still really nice today. The only difference is it now has a little bit of a tire tread mark going across it. All right. Get the ends on this one. You're so close. All right, so once we get these finished, the chains specifically, all we really need to do is attach them to our chokers along with the clips, and then each one of these chokers is done. We still have plenty more to do, because I think I still have like, gosh, 8 more, I think, that need to be completely done. And I'll probably make even more before I finish, because I want to do some more of those rounded stud chokers. But those will be done, and we can focus on kind of the last thing what we're going to do today, just a little bit of leather painting. So we have the patch that we started last week. I need to keep working on that. And then if we have time, if I'm still feeling up to it at that point, we might do a little bit of the painting of flags. I know we're already going longer than I typically do, but like I said, I'm trying to kind of get some of this stuff done. So I'm going to stream a little bit longer today than I normally would, and we'll see if we can't get all of that done, because that would be super helpful. I don't think we're going to make it to the flags today, but we can at least try. All right, burb check, everybody. How bird are you? How burb are you? Still looking for that elusive 100% burb. Only 5%. Oh, you are... I'm absorbing all of your burb. Oh yeah, you know, cats do absorb bird a lot. That makes sense. Victe is half Borb. I don't know if we're gonna get full Borb today. That's a bummer. Matcha is now 78% Borb. There we go. Saturn is a good puppy. Okay. Get up and stretch for a moment. just because I've been sitting for a few minutes. Okay, there we go. Also, a reminder, we do have an event going on. So at the bottom of your chat, you'll probably see this little treasure chest. And if you click on it, you can see some sub drops. So this is the event that's going on. Trying to get some subscriptions, trying to get some watch time as well. And as we do it, if we get enough people who participate, I'm going to do an entire stream while wearing a corset. And when you get to that point, it should be a fun stream. I don't mind wearing a corset for the most part. And you'll get a really cool little badge that you can use in chat, and you can put up like all the other little emblems and badges. Matcha is a good puppy. I just need to adjust the timing on some of these. So I think the cooldowns are still a little messed up here. So we will work on that after the stream sometime. During one of my many 4 a.m. ventures. It'll probably be one of those where, you know, I'll go get Taco Bell at like 2 a.m. and then have the fuel I need to work on stream chat commands for the remaining couple hours till 4. Okay. Almost done here. Just a couple more to go. Here we go. Close that back up. All right, one more of these little rings here. There we are. Okay, so these are all done here, which is great. Now we can focus on getting these taken care of. Should go pretty quick here. Then we'll just attach them to our chokers and be completely done. Okay. All right, with these, we are going to attach them on the right side here. We want to make sure that the adjustable part of the clip is going to be facing outside the collar, so it's easier to handle. So just like this. And then we can do the same thing over here on the other side. We'll just bend open our jump ring on the end so we can attach it to the ribbon. Just like so. Bend that back one more time. Just like that. That is another one done. Set that aside. And we're gonna get back and finish the rest of these pretty quick. Again, we're gonna want this clip, these rings first. There we go. And we want to connect that. Actually, want it like that. Come on, we can do it. It does not want to close for me. Hold on. I know why too. It's all about the positioning of this little ring. There we go. Okay, let's do it that way. There we go. All right. Now we just need to do. There we are. Yeah, now we just need to do this side with the chain that we made. Okay. There we go. Another one finished. Looking pretty good. Set you off to the side as well. We got 3 more to go. Almost done here. Yep, okay. Still got the right orientation going. There we go. Just like that. go. That one went on pretty smoothly. Happy about that. Open that up. All right. Make sure that's nice and closed, and that's another one done. There's 2 more to go. Hopefully y'all are still having a good time. Just enjoying the chill music. And the very, very delicate, tedious work that is not the easiest for this bird's big hands. But we're getting through it. We vibing good. As long as we vibing, that's what's important. Okay. That on. Try not to lose it in the process. There we go. Oh, there it goes. I knew I'd drop one of these. But we found everything. There we go. Here we are. All right, one more to go. Get these ready. There we go. One more little ring here. And onto the ribbon. If I was really a masochist, like truly, I would try to solder all these rings so that they never came undone. We're not going to put myself through that today. I think that is a fair thing to not do. Mostly because it would take a lot of extra time, and honestly, the rings as they work normally don't really need to be soldered. These are not going to be holding a lot of weight, and these collars are not designed to be tugged or yanked on in any way. So I'm not worried about like them coming undone without being like something that is not something that they're not designed for. Put it that way. Okay, those are done. So we are done with our little goth spiked collars or spiked chokers for now. So pleased with how they turned out. You know, I think these look really good. It's not my style. I don't really wear stuff like this, but I have plenty of friends who do, and I think that this works pretty well. So I'm really pleased with those. And we are going to switch over and do a little bit of painting to kind of wind down. I know I've already been going an hour over when I normally would. But I want to at least get some of the patches stuff done. Thank you, yeah. These turned out really good. I'm actually really, really happy with these. Let's grab our paints. So here is our our patch that we started. We are just going to grab the paint can or paint stuff here. Move some stuff around. We'll change our camera up as we need to. All right. Now we know which paints we used. So we still just need to add some coats on the pink here, which is mostly what we're going to focus on right now. Just getting those extra coats on. And then we will prep the Therian emblem, this emblem here, for its paint. We can probably turn our table cam back on. Yeah. As long as I stay over on this side, we should be okay. Not that there's a lot to look at on table cam at the moment. But I guess people, if they want to know just how messy my desk gets, you can see kind of what it looks like after we've been working on something for a while. Welcome back from the ad break. For anyone who had one, we are just getting started on painting. Our choker collars are done for now. We got more to make, but I need a bit of a break from them, so we will not work on them anymore today. Go. So we're just giving this F another coat here. We want a nice vibrant color. And as we learned last time when we started painting this, it really needs a bunch of small light coats in order to build up that color profile. Let's see here. Make sure I've updated some stuff here. Yep, there we go. Move that so it's a little more accessible. Same with this. Just get it out of the way. Just go through everything with a nice light coat here. The more that we do it, the better this pink's going to show up, and the more evenly that paint coat is going to look. So this, if you weren't here for one of my last streams last week, this is a leather patch that is going to go to patch up a hole on a shoulder bag. And this is a design that we put together with the person whose bag this is, one of my mods, and we put this together, and now we're just painting it up to make it look good. We'll seal it, eventually stitch it to the bag. That'll probably be later this week, and that project will be done. This one's always fun though, because I like designing these patches and putting them together. So it's fun to see like the final product when you get something completely custom and really unique. And it allows a bag to be usable for longer because it's repairing holes and tears that maybe in this case weren't serious, but in the other bag we're repairing actually kind of help keep the bag latch closed. Hi Zaris, glad you got home safe. Alright, we finish the K here. And then we switch over to our Therian emblem and get it prepped for paint. While this kind of has a coat to dry on it. Okay. So we are going to want this deglazer here, which I'm starting to run out of. I'm going to need some more of this stuff. Some of that. Get one of our brushes. Probably you. We are just going to make sure the emblem here is nice and coated. Oh, there is color on this brush. That's not good. Alright, here. Scrape some of that off. We're going to grab a different brush here. You can definitely paint over, so I'm not super worried. It is just a little bit annoying here. Honestly, let's see. Do this real fast. Do a little bit of light sanding there to help. And then I'm just gonna dab my finger in some water. See if we can't kind of wash some of this off without spreading it. Doesn't look like it, but we can do a nice coat over it, which should help a little bit. Okay. A little more of that glazer there. Some of this, I think, is actually coming from the engraving. So the part that we laser engraved, I think is some of that color. But we're just going to make sure this is nice and covered here. We don't want any of that excess shine because we need it to be matte so the paint will stick more effectively. Zaris, how many stickers in total did you get? Okay. This, we're gonna want our pale blue, our white, and our, not hot, probably want our shell. Yeah, our shell pink. Okay. So we are going to grab a different brush here. Start with this one. This one's going to be a little too big. We are going to swap that out. Go with our smaller one, because I'd rather have the control. I'm going to start with the blue. Move our pink out of the way. We'll come back to you. I'm just going to give this a nice paint here. You got 10 stickers and 1 decal and put on the car. Nice. That's awesome. Okay. That's the blue on that side. Usually we'll do the opposite for the straight line here. There we go. Good here. We'll make sure we get a nice even coat. Go all the way up to our edges. Just like that. You also got a big patch, 2 pieces of con art, and an evolution tote. Nice! That's a good haul for a con. Okay. That's a good coat there. Clean off what we have here. And I think the next one we're gonna do is gonna be our pink. We're gonna do our white last. And even though we are on, speaking way too loud, sorry about that. Even though we are on a white background, we're still gonna paint the white on. And the reason being is we want our white to be consistent, and giving it an extra coat of paint will help ensure that any smudges, any little bits of color that we got elsewhere is not going to show up in the places that we want it to be white. First though, we're going to go back through, give another quick coat on our text. Oh, that's awesome. I'm glad you got to meet them. That's really cool. There we go. Looking good here. The extra coats are really helping the color pop a little bit. There we go. We're looking pretty good there. Got the K here again. There we go. Smokey, thank you for stopping by. I know this is longer than I usually do, but I really appreciate you hanging out. I'll be back on Wednesday, Thursday, like usual. So feel free to stop by then too, if you'd like. But thanks for hanging out. Always appreciate you. Always love chatting leather with you. All right, we are gonna jump over to our pale pink here. I believe that's the pink we want. I'm gonna double check. It looks so incredibly pale. I think it's a different one. This is shell pink. I think we wanted a... Where are you? Let me find the right color. I think we're slightly off. Is it? Yeah, I think it's this one. I think it's petal pink is what we want. That will match better. Yeah, that's much closer. Thank you. I'm glad you like it, Saturn. All right. There we go. Flip it around to the edge on the other side. I flip and move my pieces a whole lot because I find there's usually one angle that I can really trust that I can get clean edges with. I don't trust it at any other angle. There we go. There we go. That neon pink keeps tricking my eyes into thinking I've picked the wrong color for this this flag. So I keep checking it, and it is right. It does match our boot charms. It's just it's just such a like saturated color next to such an unsaturated color that my eyes just don't know what to do with it. There we go. Trixie, Trixie, neon pink. Absolutely. Looking pretty good there. Probably a little touch up on the blue that I'm gonna do. I'll brush out my brush here real fast. Switch back to the blue. Let that pink dry for a little bit longer. See why I missed these parts earlier. At the angle I was at, I can't see it. So once you rotate it, I was able to see it. There we go. All right. Looking at our feral text here. Looking pretty good. There we are. Probably just do a little bit more here. Maybe last coat for the pink. I think we'll be at a good, smooth finish. There we go. Not put my brush in the blue, please. Really mostly just doing some touch-up paint here, not like a full another layer. Borb check. How burb is everybody? Matcha's 85% burb. That's pretty burb. Yeah, you're getting there. I haven't seen anybody up in the 90s in a long time. Okay, I think the pinks are going to be done here. Wash this out here. Put our hot pink away for a while. Let it fully dry, and then we'll see if there's any other little bits left. In the meantime, we will work on the white. Yeah. I know what that's like, Matcha. Just... also fair. I really wish generative AI was not a thing. I'm grateful and a little lucky that this particular work that I'm doing is not going to be easily replaceable. But I'm in a very niche market, so I recognize that I may not be affected, but so many people are, and it does such a bad... it's just not worth it. Sorka's a nice 75% burb. That's pretty burb. Alright. Oh, we got a few more viewers. Welcome. Feel free to lurk or chat. We are just painting a leather patch right now. This patch will eventually go on a bag that has had a hole torn into it. We'll help cover that up. And yeah, it is trans colors. My name's Birdie. I'm a leather worker, also a trans person. So you'll see a lot of queer stuff on here. And yeah, thanks for stopping by and hanging out. Alright. I know we're painting white on white right now, which seems very counterintuitive. The hope is that we get a nice looking, more like clean white, and we help protect it with a few extra layers of paint here. We will give it a full like acrylic seal before we put it on the bag, and I'm sure over time it will eventually fade, but for the moment, and hopefully for a while, it'll look really good. There we go. Build it up here in this corner again. Yeah, we're gonna let that dry. A little bit more here in the center. There we go. I think we're doing pretty good. I think it looks good. Saturn, do you think it looks pretty decent? I'll get some better light on it here in just a second. Just put this paint away before I make a mess everywhere. Good. I'm glad it looks good. Alright. A little better light on this. A little bit of a zoom in here. Let's see if we can get it to focus, of course. There we are. The temperaure of my lights almost make it look red right now. This is a very neon pink. Let's... yeah. Go colder, it'll get a little more noticeable. Or alternatively, drop the supplemental light. That might actually help here. But yeah, I think that looks pretty good. I think it'll be a really pretty patch. Next time we work on this patch, we'll actually work on getting it stitched into the bag. As a general reminder, so put some of these paints away. I'll get the bag out and actually show you all what that's going to look like. Do a little test fit here so we can see that. And then I think we're going to start winding down. I've been going for a very long time this morning and kind of need a break. And we can always work on more of this stuff later this week. Speaking of schedules and later this week, going to be the same schedule as we've been doing. So I'm going to be on today. We've been on today. I'm going to be back on Wednesday and Thursday at 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. And we will then also do Sunday at probably about 3 o'clock is what I'm going to go for. Sunday at 3, we are going to be doing game night. I still haven't decided what game we're going with. So if you have suggestions, feel free to drop it in my Discord. I'd love to hear from you. Love to have more people join too. And then otherwise, yeah, the other thing is we are running an event right now. So if you want a chat badge, like a sub drop, or a viewer badge, a watch drop, we are running an event, trying to get some more subscriptions and some more followers. Because we want to, I want to grow my channel, but we also want to make me stream in a full core set, because that could be a lot of fun. So, as a view, our patch is going to cover this worn hole here, and will be stitched in right about there. I think it's going to look really good. That said, I think we are just about ready to wrap up. Let these ads finish. There we go. So we are going to wind down. This is what the patch is hopefully going to look like as we work on it and get it attached. But for now, I'm going to take a break. Go grab something to eat. You should too if you haven't. Stretch, get up, drink some water, and I will see y'all on Wednesday. Thanks so much for hanging out.